I at least will spare the VOD viewers from that. I mean, they'll get to see it anyways. They'll have to see my bare legs. The combination of the shorts plus... Now, they're not basketball shorts. They're like nicer Ralph Lauren shorts. But, well, they are sweat pant shorts. Sweat shorts? They're not... I'm not Matt Nassing it, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? Mimi Wheeler. I'm going to play some Gladiator today. Before I do that, I do want to talk about all the new cards from Aetherdrift Alchemy, which I believe came out today and not yesterday. I believe it was today. We got a bunch of new cards to talk about. Some of them look pretty cool. I don't know how many of them are going to be in the deck that I want to play. The deck I'm going to play here is a Sultai Midrange deck that came second in the Aetherdrift Gladiator games that happened the past weekend, piloted by Tabris, which is wild because I don't know if it's the same Tabris, but just a little Wheeler lore fact, part of the reason I wanted to get into content creation or do something with content creation all the way back in like 2014, 2015 was because of a European Highlander creator named Tabris, whose European Highlander deck techs I used to watch. None of them in English. They were all in German, but we made do. We made do. So if it's the same person, that's very cool. Either way, that's the plan. We do have Enchant Worldle to get to before that. I should have a reasonable amount of time for streaming today as well. Late start mostly due to just being, I don't know, just kind of lazy today. Allergies popped up out of nowhere and are kicking my ass. I put in Nyxweaver and then I had a thought. I invented a guy who has only recently started to learn English, and so his the exact word use is a little mixed. And so he says, instead of kicking my ass, he takes somebody saying like get fucked as being a negative thing to happen, and then he says like this guy keeps fucking. You get where I'm going. I don't know why I derailed. And damn, these allergy meds are wilding out. Uncommon, green or black, instant or sorcery. Nope. At 4 mana or 5 mana? 4 mana? 5 mana? Uncommon? Magic the Gathering? I'm gonna go with this one. You know why? Talking magic, right? What's like a 5 mana uncommon black instant? I can think of some like bad ones. Oh, I guess I could just use like a Zombify style card. Cauldron's Gift. No, it's a 4 mana green instant at uncommon.
Eggs.
Why does it have to be newer than 2019? All right, so it's going to be like a draft card that I... oh, wait. There's a 4 mana one from you go to the tavern. You meet in a tavern. That's a sorcery. Okay. But it is from 2021. If this is some card from like Crimson Vow, there's no way. Like, there's just no way. Oh, there's the, no, wait. Defend the Celestis. Okay. At least it was Midnight Hunt. I knew there was a counters one. Somewhere. Okay, we got it. I'm kind of surprised I got it. It just so happened to be a limited format that I actually played, and I remembered this card. Mostly because I remembered its name. I didn't think it was the Celestis, but I knew that it had the Estus in its name. For, you know, Dark Souls. Anyways, we got that. I also forgot to say thank you to subs. Seismic Lawns for the 23rd month. She Gladdy on my Aether till I Cowtech. All right. Thank you so much for all the support. I hope you're doing well. And Nitro Dog for the 9th month said, Sub Baby. Just curious what you use as your method for tracking what cards you own. I'm looking at Mana Box, but from a Commander Cube Canliner perspective similar to yours. I'm wondering how you go about it. And I had a sick flex by saying, it is easier for me to track the cards I do not own than to track the cards I do own. But I have been meaning to, and actually this is probably going to be a good filler arc stream. I've been meaning to catalog my entire collection and input it into Moxfield. Because whenever we do a North 100 showdown or like a Friday Night Paper Fight, we need to have the correct additions. And I am sick and tired of Moxfield telling me that my wasteland is actually the Valley of Gorgoroth or Gorgoth, or that the version of, I don't know, Birds of Paradise I'm using is some random like commander printing. So yeah, I will be uploading my my collection to Moxfield at some point in time, and we'll probably make content out of it, I guess, because it would also help for cataloging stuff, making sure that I haven't lost anything. Yeah. And then Meth in June for the 67th month. How you doing? How you been? Glad to have you. Good to see you. Thank you for all you do. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're ready for the meth harvest in just a couple of months here. It's, you know, all of a sudden, bam. It's time to get the meth together. I'm going to do a Spellify, and then I'm going to get my tea. Then we're going to play Magic the Gathering, or we're going to talk about Magic the Gathering. This is an enchantment with so many words. A red enchantment. Mirror. Nope. Whenever a blank... Whenever. I assume this is just whenever. Whenever a creature... This isn't or. Whenever a creature you control... Something enters. It enters... Whenever a creature you control dies... It's not dies, because there's no S. Whenever a creature you control, something enters. Is this wood? Wood, no. Wood enters. If, or it enters. Control. You control. Dragon Tempest. These fucking these fucking typal decks. I think I would have had an easier time with normal Spellify. It's wild to say that I have an easier time with hardcore Spellify, but I think normal Spellify I have a bit of a harder time because I know that this is pulling from like a most played commander kind of pile or something. It pulls from EDH Rec in some way, shape, or form. I don't actually know the specifics, but the fact that it does, it's just freaks me out because it's like most, what's a played red enchantment for commander? Fucking, I don't know, Blood Moon, Impact Tremors, and then that's it. I forget typo stuff all the time. Especially if it's for typo, or like for types that I don't play. Oh, Mulder. So possessive, somebody's someone. Creature. Creature something warrior. Nope. Creature. Nope. Mishra's Avenger? No, that wouldn't be it. No. That really didn't help. A soldier? Choose target card choose target. It's a human soldier. Comes indestructible. Whenever. No, not whenever. Gain indestructible. Legendary humans. Oh, it's General's Enforcer. Alright, General's Enforcer. Woo! Thankfully, I played against this card recently. This card's really good. 2 mana, 2/3 makes all your legendary humans indestructible, and then you can pay 4 to exile target card from a graveyard, and if it's a creature, make a 1/1. Nice. Nice. Okay, let me grab my tea, and then we can start talking about Aetherdrift. Aetherdrift Alchemy. And then we can play Magic. Then we can. Got myself a mug of tea. I got a mug of tea. Eggs, I got a blanket.
EGGS eggs.
I got a cat on the bed. I got a Glock in my Rari. We're good to go. Luke won Christ for the 18th month. Welcome back. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. I hope you're doing well. My sub can finally vote. It's time to send your sub off to war. The great Twitch wars of the 2020s. Okay. Alchemy Aetherdrift came out. Does this feel smaller? Why does this feel smaller than the previous Alchemy set? I'm pretty sure it isn't. I think they always introduce 30 cards.
And that's no regular monkey. His name's Wheeler. He's a trained duelist.
Alright, it isn't. 30 cards here. 30 new cards. I've seen a couple of them. And some of the ones that I've seen are pretty cool and good. But nothing too fancy. Just kind of like, oh, cool. I guess I could play this now, which is kind of nice. Coreflux, thank you for the 100 bits. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Some cards I am excited to play, like this Karisev. I don't actually know how good they'll be, but I am excited to play this kind of card. I mean, this card might actually be pretty good. But also it's filling a role that it's a competitive slot. Let's go with that. Okay. Starting off, we have Hangerback Assembler. Never mind, we were interrupted. Bong Wizard for the 40th month, 5 sub-children. Okay, so if we're going like 9 months. Wait, 5 what? If we're assuming a sub-child happens every 9 months. With no breaks in between, by the way. Aren't we looking at 45 months? Or is this you telling me that we've had 4 sub-children and that there's a 5th on the way? How weird do we want this analogy to get? Thank you so much, Bong Wizard. I hope you're doing well. 45 is correct. Yes, thank you. My arithmetic is, it's the one thing I have in life. Hangerback Assembler is 1 and a white for an artifact that says, start your engines. When this artifact enters, conjure a card named Hangerback Walker onto the battlefield. Then put a 1/1 counter on it. At max speed, at the beginning of your end step, put a 1/1 counter on each artifact, creature, and or vehicle you control. This is a card that is going to be good in basically one type of deck, I think. And that is artifact decks that have white. I think this card is a pretty strong card in those decks for what it's worth, being that it is a single card that produces at least 2 artifacts. One of those artifacts being Hangerback Walker, a card that scales pretty well. Gets the speed going, which some of the other Start Your Engines cards that I would want to play are in that deck, like the Perilous Snare. So, you know, like we can get up to max speed with one card and then draw the other, and then all of a sudden it's like, haha, we are at max speed. This now does extra things. And then putting it on each artifact creature and each vehicle is not nothing. That max speed can just like start to be real annoying, especially if you have Thopter tokens from your Hangerback Walker here dying, or Servo tokens, or even you just have the Hangerback Walker kicking around still. You get up to max speed, and then you just get to increment this card effectively twice a turn cycle. So yeah, pretty good card. Fits into, you know, a narrow assortment of decks. That's kind of the vibe for a lot of the Alchemy cards I find nowadays, which is not bad. I'm into that. I would rather them do that than to give us, you know, more of the specialized cards, or more, oh, Garsh, what's the card called? Trying to think of like just the good stuff cards, the Alchemy good stuff cards, but you get the picture. Yeah, I'd rather get this style of card than something that is just like a shove. Well, Shove Aside I do like. Shove Aside is generic, but you know, you get what I'm saying. Yeah, Crucius or Assemble the Team, I guess, are two good cards. Thank you, Joel MTG. Noctamoon Shines Again. This is a 3-mana saga. It's an enchantment. If for 2 and a white, all creature cards you own with mana value 2 or less perpetually get +1/+1. Chapter 2 is you seek a creature with mana value 2 or less and put it into play. And then chapter 3, creatures you control with mana value 2 or less gain flying until end of turn. Sagas are always pretty difficult to evaluate, especially if they are not in the like Fable of the Mirror Breaker territory. Yeah, actually, hold on. Parrot brings up a good point. I read this as all creature cards you own with mana value 2 or less perpetually get +1/+1. Is this this isn't affecting our deck, is it? Because if it affects our entire deck, then I'm into it. Yeah, if this is battlefield, hand, and deck, then I'm into it. Because getting, even though this doesn't interact with tokens or cards outside of 2, which even in these low curve decks, you are going to, you know, have these 3 drops, you're going to have these 4 drops. Even with that aside, I would be pretty interested in playing this. Just like hits the table, permanently buffs everything. Real awkward to, you know, because it says card, I think it affects non-battlefield. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Creature cards. Right? I can see that. This also doesn't impact tokens. Tokens aren't cards. So it's not even just like future tokens. It's tokens in the current are not going to get buffed by this. Then it kind of pays for itself, because even though it is randomly 2 or less, as long as you don't have any whiffs in your deck, which would be very funny for a card like this, but if you don't have any whiffs in your deck, like even just pulling out a 1-drop, like think of the 1-drops in white that you're going to play. Like there are going to be, you know, cards like Giver of Ruins, cards like Ocelot Pride, Guide of Souls, even like Novice Inspector and Thraben Inspector are going to, or Novice Investigator, or whatever the hell it's called, are going to provide even more value. And then the final turn is just whatever. Like, I don't know. The final turn is just, I guess it's kind of funny. It lets you push some damage if you really want to. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot of value on a single card if it works the way that we all believe it works. I'm sure that we'll find that out as people try it out in the format. That last one's pretty funny though. It's just like, I get it. We find the thing, it's in play, it's bigger, and then everything we control with mana value 2 or less gains flying, which that does impact the tokens, because that just says creatures, not creature cards. But, you know, it's just like, okay, everything's bigger. Here's the thing in play, and now it has flying. Great. Until end of turn. Yeah, kind of a weird tack on for the final card, but whatever. It'll do. Turbocharged Escape. 3 white for a sorcery. Destroy all non-vehicle creatures. Then choose a vehicle you control. It perpetually becomes an artifact creature. Vehicles for Gladiator and for Canadian Highlander, because I might as well get it out of the way here, are not going to become a thing that you can build your deck around, at least not for a very long time. The support for vehicles is just, it's not there, and it is not even comparable to equipment, despite many people trying. You can include more vehicles in your deck and cards that have benefits for having vehicles or doing stuff with vehicles, but typically you need to save those for cards that will interact favorably with your vehicle, rather than like in addition to something else, right? Like I'm going to give a very surface level rundown of that, being like there's a goblin from, or no, the goblin's poop soup. Let's just talk about hot shot mechanic. Might even be on the screen right now. Hot shot. Like this card. Like if you wanted to play a very aggressive white X creature deck that had artifact theme, like an aggressive artifact deck with white in it, and you had a bunch of vehicles in there because you're like, well, I'm an aggressive white deck and I want vehicles. I want a way to push damage and stuff to survive the wraths and their artifacts or whatever. This might be a card you want to play because you're like, well, I don't know how powerful it is to be playing just a Savannah Lions, but this is a Savannah Lions that can just, you know, help crew like Heart of Kirin, or help crew the Valor's flagship or whatever, right? But there's not really a vehicle deck. I don't think there really will be. This card's just not very good. Anywho, what are my feelings on Alchemy? I don't mind the Alchemy cards. In fact, there are a lot of Alchemy cards that I really enjoy. My issue with Alchemy more comes from some inconsistencies, and they've gotten a lot better at dealing with that, gotten a lot better at communicating with the folks that like Alchemy cards. And it's a shame that so many people will like just flat out be like, I'm not going to engage with this because Alchemy cards are there. Where it's a very like weird stance. It's a very boomerish stance to take. Mind you, how people engage with their hobby is entirely up to them. So, you know, who are we to criticize that? Especially if it's not really harming others. But I do wish that more credit was be given to the arena team, because a lot of the issues with Alchemy are from, you know, several years ago at this time. Like the complaints people have with Alchemy cards stem from a very specific era of Alchemy that they have now like moved past and have changed. And the Alchemy team works on these cards in a very different way than, say, normal cards are worked on. So like if you say we hate hats and the Magic team is like, okay, we hear that, everybody hates these hats, cards will have fewer hats in 2 years. That sucks, because then you got to still get through 2 years of hats and Universes Beyond or whatever it is that you don't like. But the Alchemy team has the freedom to be like, well, we know that people didn't like Specialize or the weirdo art for these cards, so we're not going to do that. Like immediately, we are going to keep that in mind, and we are going to try to put fewer words on Alchemy cards. And that's great. I think that's cool. I think that is cool. Jorkin to peanuts is a banned phrase? It's not. In fact, I almost replied to somebody with Jorkin it earlier today before I realized that might be inappropriate. The same name and art as a physical card, but different rules text was the most egregious. Absolutely, Angel. And I think they know it too. And they don't do that anymore. I think it was them being like, well, we can't put these Baldur's Gate cards as is in a 1v1 player format, or we can't get backgrounds to work or whatever. So let's do this. And that was not great. Even going beyond that, they did more than that. It was not great. And as we've seen, they've kind of just said like, okay, never mind. You're just getting all the cards. You're just getting all the cards. Yeah, they've gotten a lot. They've gotten a lot better at it, and they don't get their flowers for that, which is really unfortunate, because I mean, shit, we see it with the Gladiator, right? The people that work on these arena teams, they are on the Gladiator Discord. People talk to them, like they want to make cards that the community that likes them, continue liking them. And they want to, they want to put out a product that people enjoy. Much like most people, but they can do it in a bit more of a call and response kind of fashion. A lot of quicker turnover. Do I think they should rebalance alchemy cards more frequently? No. No, I think they're good. I think they're fine. I do get a bit poo-poo when we get really cool cards and characters now locked to digital-only cards. Well, who says they're locked to digital-only? Like, we could get this card, like Sala deck boss, a squid pirate. Who's saying that this is the only time we'll get a Sala card? We could get a Sala card down the line. Yeah, and they've just printed Oracle, the Alpha, and other alchemy cards into paper for Cube. Anywho, if anything, actually, I think this is a great way for them to be like, well, there were cool characters from the storyline or from flavor text or ideas that didn't get used or we didn't have space. So now we've given them space. We have put them into like existence, right? We couldn't find spot for a Kari Zev. Here is now like an adult Kari Zev still hanging out with Ragavan, and they get to, have her show up and also reference just how fucked up Ragavan is, right? Like, that's pretty cool. Anyways, on to the review. How long do monkeys live? Let's find out. A bonnet macaque. Lifespan. 35 years. Holy shit. What? In the wild, while navigating the pressures of disease, predators, and adverse human interactions, like correlated accidents, bonnet macaques usually live around 20 to 50 years, or 20 to 25 years. When protected from these elements in captivity, they can live up to 35. Ragavan might be older than Kari Zev. Ragavan might even be older than some of the people in chat. That's wild. Zarin Rosewood, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. It means a lot to me. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How long do they live? Depends if the opponent is a Bolt Lamau. Okay. I'm going to talk about this merfolk because I really like this merfolk, and I almost just changed what deck I was playing today because of this merfolk. Trackhand Trainer. 1 blue for a 1/1. It's a merfolk. You can pay 4 in a blue to draw a card. Full stop, end of sentence. Then it has an exhaust ability. For a blue, you conjure a card named Training Grounds onto the battlefield. That's it. Training Grounds, as you can see on the side, is a 1 blue enchantment that says activated abilities of creatures you control cost 2 less to activate. This effect can't reduce the mana in that cost to less than 1 mana. Okay. So, the cool thing about cards like this is that how often do you look at cards like Training Grounds and go, hey, I really wish I could play this in my Gladiator deck or my Canlander deck. And then you're like, but it's just so bad if I draw it really late and I don't have anything else, or like, it's just sometimes not a card, right? It's the kind of thing that unfortunately gets regulated or kind of gets pushed into, I guess, a Commander, right? It gets pushed into Commander or very specific, like, 60 card decks and formats. And so one of the cool things that they could do with Alchemy is that they recognize this, right? They're like, oh, well, Training Grounds is dope, but not everybody's going to want to play Training Grounds in their deck because that's the use of a card slot and it's just awkward. So let's just put it on a card. Let's just put it on a card that makes Training Grounds. And then we also just have a mana sink attached to it. Like with Training Grounds in play, 3 mana to draw a card is pretty good. Like, that's pretty fucking good. Like, and it being attached to a Merfolk, a deck that in Brawl, I guess standard right now as well, and some other formats has taken to being a deck that has a bunch of activated abilities, right? With the Soul Cauldron combo and just, you know, some of the other Merfolk cards either wanting you to like tap your creatures or use activated abilities in order to get some kind of effect. Make it pretty interesting to want to explore that theme. And this is a kind of card, obviously a 1-mana 1/1, not the most exciting thing, but 2 mana for a 1/1 that makes a Training Grounds that you can then just start drawing cards if you don't want to build onto the board, or if you got extra mana lying around, or you want to Soul Cauldron this. Like, if we exhaust this to make a Training Grounds, this dies, and we Soul Cauldron this onto something else, and we exhaust that and make another Training Grounds, like we could just keep making Training Grounds. I think that's pretty neat. Yeah, and once you get 2 Training Grounds into play, something else gets the activated abilities of this, and then you're just paying 1 blue to draw a card. Like, that's dope. This card's really cool. Merfolk is on my short list of decks to play in Gladiator. And this card was almost exciting enough for me to want to pivot to that. Surge of Acclaim. 1 and a blue for an instant that says choose 1 if you have max speed. Or sorry, choose 1, period. If you have max speed, choose both instead. You either seek a card with Start Your Engines or seek a non-land card. And then has Jumpstart. So Jumpstart, for those that don't remember, you can cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a card in addition to its other costs. Then it gets exiled. So this is kind of interesting. I kind of want to see the cards that have max speed. Like, is there a busted card that generates speed? I mean, there might be one in the rest of the set. I don't know. Not really. Max speed is kind of tame. I mean, I think I played against somebody that did something with this. Mendicant was quite good, but, you know, its max speed was whatever, kind of an afterthought. I haven't read these rares, but well, that's kind of cool. Does Samut actually start your engines? Where's Samut? No, Samut does have start your engines. Oh, it's because I searched max speed. Start your engines. Oh, the speed demon? Nothing too exciting, but that's okay. Yeah, I can find a land. Oh, it also says non-land max speed. Nope. Like 2 mana, find a land or a non-land card. It is kind of funny if you just have a single max speed card in your deck. Momentum Breaker. Which one's Momentum Breaker? Oh yeah, the sack outlet. The sacrifice card. Yeah, that card's pretty good. I'm not super enthused by this. Yeah. Like, yeah, I'm not too enthused by this card. It's kind of neat, but I don't know, just looking at the max speed cards, I'm like, this is just 2 mana going to cycle for exactly one thing, or just finds a non-land card, which I guess that's okay. It replaces itself, but with a random card. And then jump starting Like, you're kind of incentivized to find a Start Your Engines card. And then when you jumpstart it, you're hopefully doing so after you have max speed. Which then means that you're going to want to have another Start Your Engines card in your deck. So this can draw 2. Like, where... If I am a blue deck, a deck with blue in it, that has multiple Start Your Engines cards, and also just wants to play, like, a 2-mana spell for, like... that can replace itself or whatever. Maybe. It's just the cost of inclusion.
Eggs. E-double-G-S eggs.
Cost of inclusion is a bit of an issue. Am I excited for Tarkir? I don't get excited for Magic sets anymore. Or very rarely I do. But I am... I think Tarkir will be a nice... I hope Tarkir will be a nice plane to revisit. You know? It really depends on what they did to Tarkir. Are we going to go there and everybody's wearing a hat? If so, then maybe it might just be a little more checked out. But if we go there and it's like, yep, this is Tarkir, all right, that's pretty cool. Is it hard to get excited because I see the sets early? No. Like, I've seen all of Tarkir. And, like, I can think a set is very cool. And I am excited for other people getting exciting. But... there's just too much. There's too much product. There's just too much. You may not have, you may have picked this up, I guess. I like a slow burn, you know? I kind of like, I stick to things. I like to have time with things. I'm not my attention span isn't just like a bop, bop, bop. I got to pick up something new. I got to play a new game. I got to get a new expansion. That's just not how I vibe. I would rather, like, get a set, be able to play with all the cards, be able to experience all the cards, learn the names of these cards and whatnot. And the release schedule of Magic the Gathering does not really accommodate that anymore. So, yeah. It's not to say that I'm not poo-pooing on the set or on sets in general or anything like that. I love Magic the Gathering, but just the way that I engage with the game has changed, and I don't know. Yeah, hard to get excited outside of content purposes. I don't get excited for sets. I get excited for cards. Maybe that's the real way to word it, right? Like, Aetherdrift came out. And I'm not like, boy, I can't wait to Aetherdrift and drift all over the place. And then I get to go vroom zoom in my new car. Instead, I'm like, yeah, these discard cards are pretty cool. I'm excited to play with those. Sets as a whole, not my jam. Individual cards, oh, now we're talking. Feel like it has slowed a bit? No, there's like 6 standard legal sets this year. Plus accompanying Commander product, plus some other unannounced. I think they've said there's unannounced stuff, or there's like draft product. There's so many. Can I say that again in my funny looking flower for no reason? Absolutely. Also, thank you for the kind words, Man in the Mask, about the tap conceit. It was a fun one to record. Also, mass loss for the 70th month. So yeah, this is a lot, and I mean a lot of Canlander. That's a long ass time. Thank you so much for the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? How you been? I need to put together goblins. I don't know why I'm saying that. I mean, I do know why I'm saying it. I'm looking at the Scryfall list for Aetherdrift. And I went past Momentum Howler, and I'm like, yeah. Or Howl Squad Heavy, that's the one. And I was like, yeah. This card's pretty dope. I'd like to play this card in Goblins. Oh. Yeah, I really enjoyed that the Cascade deck. I hope I did it justice. Also, I mean, I feel Ben could have killed me in that last match, but it was a lot of fun finding, like, being in that position, be like, okay, so I'm dead no matter what I do. But, like, how do I win if my opponent screws up? And then being like, oh, shit. I can just, like, the Nethergoyf, Barrowgoyf, sack the Stormcaller's boon to give the Barrowgoyf more power and then be able to block that and gain enough life and then time walk. And, I mean, that rules, right? Magic the Gathering.
How dare you?
No.
Top Hat for the 5th month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Hey Ben, thinking of finally spending the wild cards on a Gladiator deck. I like all these brews, but I need direction. Grixis, discard, Mardu, Kratz, or probably garbage untested Citadel combo list. Now I'm usually the one to enable people into following their Citadel combo dreams, but I think you will probably get more enjoyment and have out of playing either Grixis or Mardu, and it'll be an easier time like updating the deck with cards. I would say Grixis. I think the Grixis discard deck is like really, we still haven't figured out the exact configuration. Like, I was thinking about this looking at Ben's Grixis discard list in Canlander, and the one, I think it was Parrot's list that I played, were just like, I just don't want Faithless Looting and Careful Study. Like, I think I just want my discard to be attached to other cards. I don't want cards that just discard. And that was kind of a big, like, kind of moment, because when you're building, if you were building like an Izzet or Grixis discard deck, and you think about the broken discard cards you could have, it's like, yeah, Careful Study and Faithless Looting pop to come to mind. It's like, well, I don't think I want that. I think I just want a Vora. Oh, big stretch from Mulder, by the way. Okay. Deviant Sky Tech. 2 out of blue for an enchantment with Start Your Engines. When this enchantment enters, you create 2 1/1 colorless Thopter artifact creature tokens with flying, and has max speed. 1 out of blue. Sacrifice this enchantment. Create 2 colorless Thopter artifact creature tokens with flying. I kind of like this card. It's maybe a little too slow, but anytime a single card creates 3 cards, you kind of have to take a look at it. And the fact that this single card can produce 5 permanents in a way, I mean, you're only going to have at least 4 at a time, but that you can get up to 5, right? Like this, the enchantment ETBing, making 2 things, and then cashing in the enchantment to make 2 more things. And to do so at instant speed, I think this card might be pretty good. Again, where we're playing it is a little bit limited. Like, you would have to be like a blue X artifact deck, or a deck that cares about game objects, like the Bant game objects deck I was playing earlier this year, or earlier, I guess, late last year. But these 1/1 flyers, they're no joke. They can kill people dead. Monument is one that's actually worth it, though. I don't know. I just have I'm sure that there are spots where Monument is so good, but I just don't, it's not the type of card I enjoy playing. I tend to prefer cards that always do something, rather than a card that, like, if I'm in a pinch, like, what is this doing? And, like, if I can play this and get value out of it, then it's mostly just kind of cashing in for itself, right? It kind of goes card neutral. Yeah, that's just the kind of person that I am when it comes to deck building, though, I guess. I'm not saying it's the correct way to approach it. It's just, I look at a card like that, I'm like, how can I get away from cards like that and closer to cards that just, like, happen to say discard on them, you know? If it gained, I mean, we're just making a brand new Magic card, but if that card gained life, then I could see it, because it helps break the parity of taking a turn off for it and not, like, applying additional pressure and not applying additional, like, defensive. Like, I'm taking a turn off to play this thing, which is giving my opponent a turn to deal with my board or hit me or whatever. Especially because it's not really a card that you can kind of hold on to. I want to say. I mean, you can kind of get to a point where you're like, this is the final card I'm playing. It's the monument, and then I'm going to do a bunch of discarding, and I get a bunch of payoff for it. But like, it's the kind of card where you would think that you want to get it down early so that you can accrue the kind of incremental advantage over discarding cards. But then it just doesn't really fit well into like the curve. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, we've been talking for over an hour, and I am on the 6th card, or the 7th card. Bail Out. 1 black for an instant. Until end of turn, target creature you control gains when this creature dies. Return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. It deals 1 damage to each opponent. And then it has Overload for 2 and 2 black. This card is incredible. It is a style of Not Dead After All, or Undying Malice, or Undying Evil. It's a scam card, basically, except it has the ability of being oh, you tried to wipe my board? Well, now I'm getting it all back. Or if you're an Aristocrats deck, it's just 4 mana. I'm going to get all these death triggers. I'm going to reset the board. I'm going to also just dome you for an additional 1 per card. Like, that's pretty nice. Yeah, I think that if you were a deck playing this type of scam card, this is going to be one of the ones that you want to play, right? Like, Undying Malice comes with a +1/+1 counter. Not Dead After All comes with a roll. Those are all pretty good, especially because Not Dead After All doesn't come into play tap, right? Yeah, it doesn't. No, it does come into play tap. What's the one that doesn't come into play tapped? Is it just Undying Evil? Which I don't. Undying Malice comes into play tapped. Undying Evil doesn't come into play tapped. That's what it is. Which that's the one from Dark Ascension. I think Malakir Rebirth also comes into play tapped, right? Yeah. So this coming into play tapped is a downside, but it's not exactly that surprising considering its contemporaries. But that Overload is quite nice. Big fan of that. Why does it say each opponent if it's Alchemy? That feels like a commander card that they don't want to actually print. Well, because of a couple of reasons. One, this could see print. Who knows? We could see a world where this card ends up printed in paper, right? Number 2 is it's less annoying than having to click and target every single time if it is 1v1, right? If it's 1v1 and there's a trigger, if I have to click to target them over and over again, that can be kind of annoying. And can be a bit of a liability if you have people playing on mobile and they misclick and then they're very upset or whatever. And then it is like future proofing. If down the line they want to add commander, like if down the line they're like, hey, we are adding 4-player on arena or whatever, or not commander, multiplayer, then cards like this are in a reasonable spot. Like, I guess the answer is, why wouldn't they? You know? Have they ever printed an Alchemy card into an actual paper set? No, right? Yeah, not yet. But again, Magic the Gathering is one of those games where anytime you are doing something, you have to consider about how it is going to impact the catalog going back to the beginning, or how it's going to impact the catalog moving forward. And like, this is a card that they could just print in paper, right? Like, you could print this card in paper, and this would be fine. I'm actually kind of surprised that this isn't in paper. Anyways, this card's great. Spectacle of Destruction. 1 and a black for an enchantment that says whenever 1 or more creatures die, put a wreck counter on this enchantment. At the beginning of your upkeep, if this enchantment has 1 or more wreck counters on it, remove a wreck counter from it and seek a non-land card. I like this Magic card. for a couple of reasons. One, it's just a 2-mana card. Two, it doesn't say non-token. So just whenever any one of your creatures, or whenever any creature dies, it's not even just yours. Holy shit. One or more creatures die. So it is a card that is cheap to play, is going to trigger off of any of your creatures, any of your opponent's creatures. And then in your upkeep, if it has one or more counters, so basically any counters from it, you get rid of a counter and then find a non-land card. That's pretty good, right? Cheap to play, easy to get counters on, going to provide card flow. Great to have in a deck like Aristocrats, which your cards are pretty dog shit. And in order to make up for that, you need to at least draw a bunch of them, or you need to like make it so that when your opponent deals with them, or when you get value out of your card, like your 1/1 blocks a 5/5 or whatever, then you get some added bonus, right? You get something to make up for that, and this is the card to do so. Very good card, very good card. Muddy Thunder back for the 68th month. Jesus Christ, how you doing? I'm back, Wheeler. What's my favorite Mario song or my favorite song from the NES SNES era? Ooh. I think my favorite Mario song is the Overworld song for Super Mario Galaxy? Like it's very soothing. Like do 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 do, you know? It's kind of got like a waltzy vibe to it. That one rules. That one rips. That's the like in my room playing this video game, just chilling kind of music, you know? Played the observatory music. Yeah. That's the like I think about that music and I'm instantly like back in my room as a teenager playing this game, you know? My favorite SNES era game. I really like there's a song from, is it from like Dragon Hero or Dragon Quest? I think it's like a Dragon Quest song. But I ended up hearing it in Dragon Warrior Monsters. But it was I think it ended up being a reused song. Golf. Yeah, the DKC soundtrack is like incredible. I've never played Chrono Trigger. Terrors of the Track. Oh, excuse me. Oh, the tea went down the wrong hole. Terrors of the Track. 1 and a black for 2/1 flying dinosaur with double team. Reminder, double team is when a creature with double team attacks. If it's not a token, conjure a duplicate into your hand, then both of them perpetually lose double team. So this is a 2-mana 2/1 with flying, and when it attacks, you get to put a copy of this card into your hand, but that copy will no longer have double team. And then it says, whenever this creature or another creature dies, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. This ability triggers only once each turn. I'm usually pretty negative about these Blood Artist cards that only trigger once each turn. There is a card from Aetherdrift that I was pretty low on, the Embalmed something. It's not just your turn. It's only whenever creature you control dies. No, it's not the Embalmed. What's the other one? There's something like this. There's Vran too. I hate Vran so much. Jadorla Rat. Gyroscope. Thank you. Zahur, that's the one. Yeah, thank you. I hate Vran. I think Vran is kind of an embarrassing card to print. And so the like only draining once per turn also just doesn't really jive with like the play patterns of aristocrat style decks. But the fact that this is 2 cards out of 1 card, both of them have flying, which is nice for just pushing damage. And both of them are going to trigger off of themselves any other creatures, including your opponent's creatures, token or non-token, and it, you know, can trigger on your turn and on their turn. Like, it's not... The once per turn thing is really shitty, but when you have multiples of them stacking up and like still pecking over the top or whatever, this card gets a lot stronger than something like Fran. So I guess what I'm saying is I like this card. I could see myself playing this in Aristocrats deck or like a mono black aggro deck, like a really low curve mono black aggro. I could see this card seeing play. I could see it seeing. Seek Lest. Red Sika back for the 17th month. So many eggs. What are you talking about? My Discord? Hey, just kidding. Hey, hee ha ha ha. Hoo, 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 hoo. Thank you so much for the support. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Unforgiving Overtake. 2 and a black for a sorcery. If you weren't the starting player, the spell costs 1 less to cast. Destroy target creature or vehicle. Its controller loses 2. Creature or vehicle does not matter too much for our format. 3 mana being reduced to 2 mana. 2 mana to destroy any creature and they lose 2 is kind of nice. As a sorcery, I'm less enthused. And if you are the starting player, this card is just going to cost 3. The removal in Gladiator is pretty fucking good. And I don't think we need this card. I'm very, very hard pressed to find a world where I want to play this card over any of the other removal spells that we have. Speed Brood Stalker. 3 black for a 4/3 insect assassin with flying. And when this creature enters, choose target opponent. Secretly choose a creature or planeswalker that player controls. That player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker of their choice, then sacrifices the chosen permanent. This card rules. Like, 5 mana, 4/3 flyer. Destroy a planeswalker or creature they have, and do so in a way that gets around hexproof or indestructible. Great. The fact that you can get a little cheeky, like most of the time, you should be playing this and killing their big thing. Right? You play this and you get rid of their big thing. Don't try to get too cheeky with the mind games. But the fact that you could get cheeky with the mind game is pretty interesting. You might be able to just get into people's heads with this card. They may, even if you just play it straight, they might just freak out. They might be like, oh, they're 100% choosing my elf. They're picking the elf so that you know, they think that I'm going to pick the Hydra. So I'm gonna pick the elf with them, and then the Hydra gets to live. And then you just pick the Hydra, and they're like, fuck, no, I just lost my elf when I didn't need to. Or maybe they're like, what are the odds my opponent picked the elf instead of the big Hydra? Well, how bad is it for me if they pick the elf and I pick the Hydra and I lose both? Is that about as bad or worse than if they just picked the Hydra and I lose the Hydra and keep the elf? What about the like opportunity that I pick the elf thinking that they would pick the elf and then I lose the elf? That's huge. So I'm going to pick the elf knowing that if they pick the elf, I get to keep the Hydra, or I pick the elf, they pick the Hydra, I lose both. Whatever, I was already losing. Really cool card. Really cool card. Big fan. Goblin Crash Pilot. 1 and a red for a 2/1 Goblin Pilot. With whenever this creature crews a vehicle, that vehicle gains haste until end of turn. At the beginning of the next end step, sacrifice that vehicle. When you sacrifice a creature this way, it deals damage equal to its power to any target. Motivated Muralist. 1 and a red for a 2/1 Dwarf Bard with Improvise. Improvise meaning that you can help cast this spell by tapping your artifacts for colorless mana. Wait, did MTGBot just not pull the card? It just said here, look it up. There's just too many words on Rex Nebula. I should probably finish reading this card. When this creature enters, you conjure a card named Inspiring Statuary into your hand. Inspiring Statuary is one of those cards where you look at it and you're like, damn, this must be broken. And it can be, but usually only when it's surrounded by other broken cards. I'm not too enthused to play this card in any deck, even though it is a 2-mana 2/1 that enters and draws you a card. Yeah, non-artifact is absolutely necessary as a failsafe here. Or a floodgate. God, I am not... The allergies, they're taking over my brain. Yeah. It should have conjured it onto the battlefield. I too love paying 2 mana, maybe 1 mana, for 5 mana worth of cards. That fucking rules. Kari Zev, Crew of 2. 2 red for a 3/3 legendary creature human pirate with menace and haste. And whenever Kari Zev attacks, while you don't control a legendary monkey, you conjure a card named Ragavan Nimble Pilferer onto the battlefield, tapped and attacking. At the beginning of the next end step, if that card is on the battlefield, return it to its owner's hand. So this is a 4-mana 3/3 menace haste that when it attacks, you get to create a Ragavan that is dashing at your opponent, and that just goes back. So you basically get to start stockpiling Ragavans into your hand. I think this card's pretty good. It is a 4-mana creature with 3 toughness, which is not the most exciting. Dies to all of the red removal. Having menace means that it's a little... tougher to block this card. Getting a Ragavan out of it is, I mean, it's fucking hilarious is what it is. But also, unless your opponent has nothing going on, like, I guess a 2-power Ragavan, right? Like, you could trade with something that they have going on, or like maybe the attack isn't great. But like, the first Ragavan is probably not connecting with your opponent. If it is, you're probably winning the game, because now you have a 3/3 Ragavan in your hand, you get a treasure, and you get their extra card. I like this card. I'm going to try to play it in a, some number of decks, mostly because, well, it is a human, it is a legend, and it makes another legend. And the fact that you could just stockpile these Ragavans in hand, it's just very funny to me. Smog Smasher. 4 and a red for a 4/4 mutant berserker with menace and start your engines. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you conjure a duplicate of target non-token creature into exile. And then at max speed, at the beginning of combat on your turn, you put all cards exiled with this creature onto the battlefield. They gain haste. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. Huh? Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, conjure a duplicate of target non-token creature into exile. So it can be any creature, including this card, which is a 4/4 menace. And then once you hit max speed, you get to put all the creatures exiled with this into play. They gain haste. You sack them at the beginning of the next end step. And then you presumably get to hit them and make, like, you get to conjure the duplicates of all those creatures because they are not tokens. They're just duplicates. This is a wild card because it reads to me like a 5-mana 4/4 menace that I increment the speed. Ideally, I hit my opponent. I increment my speed again. And then I make a duplicate of Smog Smasher. And then if I get my speed up 2 more times, then I'm going to get at least 2 more Smog Smashers. And then you go to combat and you get 3 free Smog Smashers. And you just kill your opponent. I think it's too slow, but it is a card that just ends the game once it does, you know, all of its text, which is pretty interesting. Also, great name. That's it. Chomping Mastosaur. 4 red for a 6/6 dinosaur. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, you discard a card and then seek a non-land card. When you discard a card this way, this creature deals damage equal to the discarded card's mana value to any target. This one is a 6-mana card, which I'm not super excited about. 6 mana ETB, pitch a card, draw a card, and then like domes. It's like Narset. It's a 6 mana 6/6 with an ETB that Narsets something. What's this Narset called? Transcendent Master? I guess that's only for non-creatures. I mean, I'll probably play this in some goofy deck, but I don't think it's playable. Like, think of the 6 drops that you can play in this format. Think of the 6 drops that do get played in this format. I mean, I guess it is kind of nice that this can come into play. Like, this with Arena of Glory could just kill somebody. Which is kind of funny. Like, I Arena of Glory out this. Comes into play. I discard like a 7-drop. They take 7. I attack. I discard a 5-drop. They take an additional 5. They've taken 12 and then they get hit for 6. Or you just get rid of their blocker and it hits them. I think this card's a little too goofy. Worth noting that if you do not have any cards in hand, when this hits the table, you just get to draw a card, which is kind of nice. Like, less than ideal, but you could do a thing. Might try to Naya Sneaks. Yeah, I've kind of convinced myself that this could just, like, kill people with the right set of circumstances. Also, it's a dinosaur. Huh? Naya Dinosaurs? Is Pants? Did they put Pants on Arena? Did the designers put Pants on Arena? Pantlaza? Anybody? Anyways. Fuel Tank Feaster. 1 and a green for a 1/3 Ooze Druid. At the beginning of your first main phase, a random creature card with the greatest mana value among creature cards in your hand perpetually gains. This spell costs 1 less to cast. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. So, this card is kind of messed up. But it is very vulnerable. Like, think of the 2-mana mana dorks that see play. We're talking Sylvan Caryatid. We're talking Fanatic of Ronus. We're talking Paradise Druid. That sort of card. The thing that those creatures all have in common is that they are much more difficult to kill than your average mana dork. And in the case of the Fanatic of Ronus, if you do kill it, then you just have a 4/4. Also, Fanatic of Ronus can tap for a bajillion mana. Those aren't the only 2-mana mana dorks that see play, but those are the most common ones. This card can go from 2, reduce your 5-drop to a 4, and then cast this, which is kind of absurd. So this can jump you 2 mana in the right set of circumstances, which is kind of interesting. It's a little tough. I mean, it's kind of nice that, like, even if you have like a 3-drop as your biggest creature, you could just have it become a 2-drop, which is kind of nice. That's not nothing. My gut says that I want to try this out in like a hoof style deck or like a green X, like play big idiots deck. Because like, I don't know, if they don't kill your dork, then even like just a 2-mana Llanowar Elf is just pretty good, right? Like, you don't want to be playing 2 mana for a mana dork, but if you get to untap with it, then you are just accelerating yourself beyond like the expected trajectory for, you know, a land a turn. Huh. This feels like the kind of card where it's like, well, this upside is upsiding. You know, when the upside is upsiding. Ooh. But also, it does just die to everything. This is a very cute card. Great Fang Chroniclers. 1 and a green for a 2/2 with double team, which I'm going to read double team one more time because it's very important for what the rest of this card has in store for you. Whenever a creature with double team attacks, if it's not a token, conjure a duplicate into your hand. Then both of them perpetually lose double team, which means that those words will no longer be on this card. Then they also have the Great Fang Chroniclers has an activated ability of 3 and a green. Conjure a card named Muragonda Petroglyphs onto the battlefield. Then this creature loses this ability. Activate only as a sorcery. Muragonda Petroglyphs being a 4-mana enchantment that says creatures with no abilities get +2/+2. So this is a 2-mana 2/2 that makes another 2-mana 2/2 into your hand when it attacks. And then you can pay 4 mana to poop out a double Glorious Anthem only for your creatures with no abilities, which both this and eventually the other one will have. The other one only gets the bonus when you activate their conjure a card named Muragonda Petroglyphs. But then at that point, you're going to have 2 6/6s. So that's a lot of mana, but when a single card can generate 4 cards, that's pretty appealing. I think I'd be interested in trying this out in like a green-white little kid deck or like a mono-green deck. Like, 1 card making 4 cards is wild. The stat line leaves a lot to be desired, but I don't know. That's the cost of getting to play a cool ape. We need to go to Muragonda proper. That would be so dope. I mean, I know their whole gimmick is just no abilities, which is really hard in a world where there's so many words on cards, but if you're telling me there'd just be a series of large apes on that plane, that's where I want to be. Thankfully, thank God that they have finally created a Canadian card. Rootway Moose. 1 and a green for a 3/3 elk mount. Hold on. A moose isn't an elk. This is so fucked. 2 mana 3/3 elk mount. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, seek a land card and put it into play tapped. And has saddle too. I mean, it's a 2 mana 3/3 with an added ability that can help ramp. I could see this in like a green deck. A mono green deck that, like, you know, has the usual mono green affair but goes up to like Vorinclex and stuff. The floor is it's a 2 mana 3/3. And it just has upside. And the seeking a land too. It's not a basic land, so you could like pull out a Lair of the Hydra or the Soulstone Sanctuary. That's pretty neat. Yeah, pretty straightforward card, but this does a lot. Mitotic Ultimus. 7 green for an 8/8 legendary creature, Ooze Giant. This spell costs X less to cast, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control. It has Trample. And when Mitotic Ultimus dies, you conjure 2 cards named Mitotic Slime onto the battlefield. Mitotic Slime, as you can see, is 4 and a green for a 4/4 ooze. It says when this creature dies, you make 2/2 green ooze creature tokens. They have, when this token dies, create 2 1/1 green ooze creature tokens. So this is an 8/8 that separates into 2 4/4s. When those 4/4s die, they separate into 2 2/2s. And when those 2/2s die, they separate into 2 1/1s. So this does cost 9 mana. But this card's like fucked up. Like, you need to exile this card or you will die. There's just no way around it. You have to exile this card. Like, you got to get rid of it. You got to get rid of it with swords or path. Nothing else is going to do it. Because if this thing dies, getting 2 4/4s that are going to continue to divide is wild. How much damage is this with bombardment? Well, you get a slime, which makes 2 2/2s, and then each of those 2/2s makes 2, so that's 4. So that's going to be 7 per line, so 14, 15 cards. That's kind of funny. I like this card. I think this card is worth trying out in like a bigger Green X deck because this is fucked up. Like, also, if they just don't kill it, it's an 8/8 trample. But, like, casting this card for 4 mana or 5 mana is not that unrealistic. I could see this card showing up. This is the kind of card where I just wish this was a... you know, I don't say this that often. And you could just print out cards. It's whatever. But this is a card that I wish we could play in paper. You know? Maybe that's a good Friday Night Paper Fight, is we play Alchemy made real cards. Like, we each pick a commander, and then we, like, can build a deck around it. I think that would be fun. Because this card rules. This card rules. Support Skyforge. 3 white and a blue for a 4/4 artifact vehicle. With, like, in before Rusko. Oh, come on! I own a Rusko. I should get to play with it. Prof did it and it was awesome. And he didn't invite me? This is so messed up. Now, to be fair, much like Desert Bus, I am banned from Shuffle Up and Play. Commander? When did this happen? Never mind. Seriously? Yes, I am completely serious. I am definitely serious. Oh, CGB had Oracle? I mean, yeah, Oracle rules. Anyways, let me read this card. 5 mana for a 4/4 flying vehicle with vigilance as well. When this vehicle enters, create 4 1/1 servo artifact creature tokens. Whoa. Whenever this vehicle attacks, draft a card from Support Skyforge's spellbook. That card perpetually becomes an artifact creature. Also, I am kidding. That was a joke. Please know that anytime I say anything without the word genuine or genuinely, that it is a joke. I am not banned from Shuffle Up and Play.
And now,
Maybe I should be. Maybe I should be banned from Shuffle Up and Play. For the things that I have done, he did not say genuinely for that statement. Shit. Hello, Voxy. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome, everybody. We're talking about everyone's favorite thing. It's Alchemy. I'm just finishing up talking about these new cards, and then we're going to be playing some Gladiator in a bit. I have a Sultai Midrange deck, and boy, are my arms tired. We're talking about this Skyforge. We're also talking about how I'm banned from Shuffle Up and Play. I am officially banned from Shuffle Up and Play. This is real? Chat, is this real? This is a 5-mana card that makes 4 1/1s that can then crew this thing, but it's also importantly a 5-mana artifact that makes 4 artifacts. So I think I like this. Crew 4 is a bit hefty, but then getting these vehicles that are permanently creatures into your hand is kind of spicy. I'm into this. Again, very specific deck where you play it, but you know. Wheeler loses the ability to attend Shuffle Up and Play, but becomes a permanent addition as a table friend. Oh, would I have to move there, or is Prof going to fly me out every time? Also, shark warning. We're I'm about to talk about a shark. There's a shark warning coming up. Arius Flyby Trawler. Jesus Christ. Arius Flyby Trawler. Blue and a red for a 1/1 legendary shark pirate with flying and trample. Whenever Arius attacks, you seek a non-shark card. Discard that card at the beginning of the next end step. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, put a 1/1 counter on Arius. This card is really good. It is a cheap flying trample. A cheap flying creature that gets bigger whenever you discard cards. Worth noting that the templating on this is different from the other 2 cheap discard cards that say whenever you discard 1 or more cards, put that many counters. Arius will only put 1 counter no matter how many cards you discard. Although there are a lot of instances where you're just discarding 1 card at a time anyways, but the last time that we played the Grixis discard, y'all saw it where Anya's Ravager like discarded 4 cards out of my hand, made things grow, like made my board grow massive just from discarding all those cards at once. It's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, I would play this in the discard deck that we played and talked about. It's perfect in there. Seeking a non-shark card is very funny because it's like, well, I'm not getting the Mako and I'm not getting Captain Howler, but I'm probably going to get something. Probably. And the fact that you just discard the card at the beginning of the next end step as well is kind of nice. Like, you could just find a card and you're like, oh, I don't want to play this. I guess I'm going to pitch it, and then I'm going to buff my team or whatever. Buffing him on Incept's not ideal, but not the worst. All right, we are past the sharks. I believe there are no more sharks. There may be a shark in this art. Nope, that's a dolphin. And that's a marlin. I think that's there may be a shark in there. I think that's definitely a dolphin. Sala Deck Boss. Oh, we don't even need to talk about this card. Yeah, there's the anglerfish. 1 blue and a red for a 3/3 legendary squid pirate. Each creature you control with an exhaust ability has haste. Whenever you activate an exhaust ability that is an mana ability, copy it. You may choose new targets for the copy. Nope. The cool brawl commander. Cool brawl. Cool brawl. Highway Reaver. 2 black and a red for a 4/4 scorpion dragon with flying. Why is this driving a car? Or is this preying on the cars? Okay, this is preying on the cars. Why is it driving? Oh my god, who's driving? Oh my god, Scorpion Dragon is driving. How can this be? 2 black and a red for a 4/4 Scorpion Dragon with flying, and start your engines. Whenever this creature enters or attacks, target creature card in your graveyard without unearth perpetually gains unearth. The unearth cost is equal to its mana cost. And then at max speed, you can pay 0 rather than pay the unearth cost of the first unearth ability you activate each turn. That was indeed a Clerk's cartoon reference, Angel. Thank you very much. Yeah, what am I doing? Why, like, it's a 4/4 flyer for 4 that can, you know, give something in your graveyard the ability to crack in, which is kind of nice. I'm just struggling to find where I want to play this, because I don't exactly want to play this in like a Rakdos. I mean, maybe like a Rakdos mid-range deck, you can get away with it as a 4-drop. 4-mana flyer gives your, like, I don't know. Your Blood Tithe Harvester Unearth is kind of hot. Yeah, I could see myself dying to this. I'm not super enthused I'm not super inspired by this card, but there are play patterns that I could see myself, wanting to have this card involved with, right? Like the Blood Tithe Harvester, very straightforward. Play this, it gives my Blood Tithe Harvester Unearth. Probably still have this blood token, means I can unearth it and kill something, or I could just attack for 3 and make another blood token. Yeah, kind of nice. Probably just a Rakdos card though. Wish good luck. Red and a green for a sorcery. Make a food token. Create a tap treasure token. And create a 3/1 colorless artifact vehicle with crew 1. It is a lot of game objects. 2 of them are pretty good. 1 of them happens to be a vehicle. I am a little confused as to why. I mean, there are a bunch of reasons why cards are not printed in paper. One of them could be that there's just not room for this kind of card. Because you could very easily make this in paper. This is just a normal Magic card. And the fact that there's Raymond Swanland art on it too. Like, I don't know. A lot of these cards, I imagine they are basically, hey, we paid money for this artwork. We got to use it somewhere. And here it is. I don't know why you didn't print this in paper. This would have had lesbians losing their mind. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's that cynical to be like, well, because they still want to sell cards in China and Russia. I don't actually know if they sell cards to Russia anymore. But yeah. I don't think this is good enough for Gladiator, even in the like game objects deck. I mean, maybe crew 1 is super easy to hit. WotC trying to bait lesbians into playing Alchemy. Is that the goal? I don't know. Alchemy feels... Does Alchemy really feel like the format that would be the most attractive to lesbians? I always just assumed that was regrettably Commander. Or Gladiator, actually. I mean, maybe it is. Yeah, wait, hold on. All right, I'm going to move on to a card that I don't know what this does, but I know that this card is not, I mean, it's outside of the artwork and whatnot. It's not particularly exciting mechanically. I might try it in that Jund deck that I played a while ago, but, you know. Quick Beast Amulet. Green and a white for an artifact equipment with starting intensity 0. Equipped creature gets +X/+X, where X is this equipment's intensity. Whenever a creature you control enters, this equipment's intensifies by X, where X is the creature's power. Equipped for 2. Damn, this stinks. I mean, this can just add a bunch of stats very quickly, but the fact that it's an equipment that costs 2 to equip, starts off giving +0/+0, so you need to play you want to play this before other things, then play the creature and this gets bigger. Like, nah, usually I want to play my creature, then play the equipment and equip it, and then do the thing. So I don't like the play pattern on this. Also, a Mark Poole. You think this was a Mox? I bet this was a Mox. There's no way this wasn't a Mox. Yeah, this was a Mox. 100% was a Mox. This is literally the Mox Jasper. Right? Mox Jasper. No, I don't want to save it as a web. Yeah, this is just a Mox. Anyways. Ornate Imitations. X, blue and a green for a sorcery. For each number between 1 and X, conjure a duplicate of a random creature card with that mana value onto the battlefield. X can't be 0. So if I pay 3 mana, I get a random 1-drop. And if I pay 2, I get a 2-drop and a 1-drop. So if I pay 4 mana, I get a 2-drop and a 1-drop. If I pay 5 mana, I get a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, or a 1-drop, 2-drop, 3-drop. This card's wild. I don't think this is particularly good, but it's pretty fun. Like, I could see myself wanting to build Sultai Ramp just to play this kind of card. Yeah, just play the Flottery, the Flage, or the Phage Lottery. I don't actually... Does this pull from everything on Arena, or is there, like, an extended card pool? Because I know there was for one of the, like, Momir events where there's just, like, this card is technically on Arena. I don't know. Cosmonautilus, welcome back for the 2nd month. Welcome back. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Glad to have you. I may say good to see you. Sagan Raider Warlord. Red, white, and a black for a 1/4 legendary dinosaur berserker with double strike, and start your engines. Whenever Sagan attacks, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn for each creature you control with first strike or double strike. And then at max speed, Sagan has death touch and other creatures you control has first strike. So this is a 3 mana 1/4 that attacks as a 2/4 double striker that buffs your team. I could see playing this in like a Mardu token style deck. 4 toughness is not nothing. You do have to attack with this, which is a bit of a pisser. Start your engines is a little more appealing when you have a bunch of tokens. And then like giving your team first strike at max speed is kind of nice. Very weird that this is Mardu, but I guess so. Like, I guess that's fine. It is very funny if you end up having this in like a Grim Initiate or whatever, and then everything gets +2/+0. I'm not... This is the kind of card where it's like, I can figure out a spot where you might want to play this. And it's like, so are you playing him then? I'm like, no. I did figure it out. Ooh. Okay, this card's got to be banging. Masterpiece Vault. 3 mana artifact. When this artifact is put into a graveyard from play, draft a card from Masterpiece Vault spellbook and put it onto the battlefield. When an equipment enters this way, attach it up to 1 target creature you control. So we have Champion's Helm. Wait a minute. I'm trying to look at these cards and it won't let me. Okay, there we go. Champion's Helm, Lightning Greaves, Sword of Body and Mind, Sword of Feast and Famine, Sword of Fire and Ice, Sword of Light and Shadow, Sword of War and Peace. Oh, it's only equipment. Damn it. For some reason, I thought that there were more masterpieces to find. And I got very excited that we can now technically paint or grindstone somebody. Oh well. Don't play this card. And Rising Chicanery. It's an artifact land, which is nice. If you're the starting player, this land enters tapped, which is not nice. Start your engines. Okay. Tap out a colorless, and then max speed at the beginning of combat on your turn. This land becomes a 2/2 construct creature in addition to its other types till end of turn. I like that it's another artifact land. Another land that has start your engines is pretty nice. Like that gets going pretty quickly at a low cost of inclusion. It does only tap for colorless, which is not great, but again, if we care about artifacts, that could be a non-issue. If you're the starting player, it enters tapped. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. And then max speed, it just says beginning of combat on your turn, your opponent can stone rain you. Which I also don't like. I think this card's probably bad. I'm not super enthused to play this card. I don't like I don't like that this is a not a May. I don't like that it can come into play tapped. If you're like a mono, if I'm like mono white artifacts or whatever, then maybe we can get it popping. because I just want as much density as possible. But I don't know. I'm not super enthused. Lets you cast Kozilek's command though. That's kind of nice. Okay, that's the alchemy portion. That took a lot longer than I thought, but I like some of these cards. Some of them are a little whatever, but I like most of these cards. Let's talk about the deck really quick. I won't spend too much time on it. This came second at the the Great Gladiator. Nope, the Gladiator Games. Full stop. Gladiator Games Aetherdrift. It was piloted by Tabris. It's Sultai Midrange. There's some pretty cool cards in here. I saw Glarb, and I'm like, hey, I remember this card. I'm pretty sure I got Glarbed out. I was like, I want to be the one glarbing. So I'm going to Glarb. There are also some cards that got added to Arena that I was like, damn, I want to play these cards. And then I just haven't been able to play these cards. Lurker of the Deep, Tassiger, Perforator, Crocodile. I mean, I guess Glarb as well. Unnatural Summons. This one's kind of cool. The Manifest Dread Rebound that costs cheaper. Yeah, I'm... Oh, there's Thoracle combo in here? No, you were the chosen one. You were the chosen one! Alright, well, I'll still rock it. Who cares? Thoracle combo in Gladiator is wild because it's like not the best thing in the world to do. It's far from being overpowered, but I just kind of wish it didn't. I just kind of wish it wasn't. Kind of wish it didn't exist. Okay, Parrot, please fight me. If you want to look at the deck list, you can find the deck list in the extension, the Moxfield extension that we have, as well as it should be in chat. Back in my day, we had to work for our combos. Yeah, like Time Vault. What? Yeah, no, I agree. I asked people to fight him more than most people. Yeah, I saw some meme was on social media where it's just people saying that they can fight. I can fight. Am I doing it right? Am I memeing right? Let me boot up Arena. Didn't expect to be first. I mean, I can go to other people. I could fight I Am 3D Homer first. I got all the time in the world, baby. Well, now I'm putting it on I Am 3D Homer. Fight me, please. I mean, I could also fight Wormy. I am here. Great. Best of 3. My decks. Sultai Midrange. Coin Flip. Challenge. Luigi. Did I ever play this big white deck on camera? I don't think I did. Let me take a look. Also, Vintage Cube is coming back for Cube enthusiasts. It's coming back on the 11th of March. I'm going to be playing Gladiator and Canadian Highlander up until Vintage Cube comes back. And once Vintage Cube is back, I am going to be streaming Vintage Cube and Canadian Highlander primarily until Tarkir comes out, and then I'm going to, you know, do that thing. This is a hand without black mana. This is a hand with some mana. I think I want to keep this. I'm going to keep... What if I do this? Wow, why can't I find this Jund Midrange. Didn't I play Pod? Didn't I stream Pod? Wait, I have a Gladiator playlist. Oh, I'm dead. Chat, I lose? Wow, that's a lot of Gladiator. Jund, Bone Zone, Goblins, Black Moon. Discard. Please hold. Blue Moon, Naya Auras, Abzan, 3 Animator. The stupid squirrels. Ruin your evening? I don't think this is the same. I should take a look at this. Does this deck have no Toxic Deluge? Oh, it does have Toxic Deluge. Thank God. Could maybe have Damnation. It has Schmiedhook Masker too. Didn't hit a land, so I'm just drawing a card. 2, 3. I could play Tassiger, but I kind of want to develop this land. So what if I just take Baleful Strix? Okay. I'm going to try to cut down this. Ocelot Pride? Yeah, this card is messed up. Messed up. Oh, Cabaretti Rebels. Also messed up. Well, I'm going to do this. Okay. Not bad. Still likely in the market for something to get rid of the Rebels or whatever the follow-up threat is. Assemble the Team will be pretty helpful at that. I should ask Tabris if they are the same Tabris. Because that would be pretty dope. If you ever want a cool blast from the past, I wonder if they still have them. Maybe they don't want to... Maybe they... Did they delete them? Maybe they deleted them. Because these would have been from, like, ages ago. Holy shit, I found an ancient relic here. I found a Crater Hoof. I found a deck tech by me from 9 years ago. What the fuck happened? Where'd this board come from? Why is there a Guide of Souls? I looked away for 1 second. All right, Toxic Deluge, please and thank you. Thank you. So hopefully I can regain control with this Baleful Strix and the Abrupt Decay. Oh. I feel like I can. Let's start with... We have a little life gain here. Little life gain here. 8 is not a huge amount of life. This Lurker's also coming off of Suspend pretty quickly. Well, that card's a bit of a pisser. They don't have any black mana yet. They get to bring back one thing. I am going to have to kill this Jet Collector. Although, I mean, I still think it's to my benefit to kill this Jet Collector. Never mind. It's to my benefit to kill the Scavenging Ooze and to keep this Deathrite Shaman doing things. Okay, so this is 3. I think I want to kill the Scavenging Ooze. Kill the Scavenging Ooze, keep up Jet Collector, and get to Kaido them. Or I could Tasigur here. I think I want to Tasigur here first. I have a Snapcaster Mage, so I need to be a little heads up. Play this. This now becomes a friend. Okay. We have diversified our colors a little bit. It's a little awkward if they have a kill spell for the Deathrite Shaman here. But at least it looks like they are... Why do they have this? Are they 4-color energy? This gargoyle sticking out like a sore thumb. Yeah, they must be an energy deck. How committed to the energy they are. I think Rogue Refiner's pretty good. Classic classic Magic the Gathering deck. Of just like they're themed around this thing, but the scariest cards that they play are like Ocelot, Pride, and Guide of Souls. Oh, that's good. Hop.
Don't be jealous of my tap. Looks like I gotta fight my way out of this one.
I think I'm just gonna up this loyalty here.
I've trained with the best.
Then I'm gonna pass. And then hold up Remand plus Deathrite Shaman activation. Or I could flip this Kiora. Oh. That's kind of spicy. I'm gonna remand this. They're low on red mana here. Okay. This Tasker is kind of holding down the fort. They're tanking. Ooh, they're tanking. Phantasmal Image. Well, that's not good for me. Oh, you may put it on the battlefield. Alright, well, I can get rid of this. Once I get rid of the Ocelot Pride, I don't care too much about their graveyard. I do have this Flage I need to worry about. I can make an 8/8 with this Kiora. I don't really know if I want to do that. I'm going to see what I want here. Yeah, I don't think I want to make an 8/8. Ooh. It was a Denic. Wow. Okay. I don't want creature cards put into the thing. Do the thing. Two. Whenever you sacrifice a token. I mean, I could just pay 3 and flip this up. It's 2 to do that, 3 to do that. I want to get this lurker back, I think. But I don't need to do it now. Hoping to find a piece of removal. Yeah, they've flaged me. Flage in the death rate. Okay, well. Go to exile. I think I want to exile Phantasmal Image. I don't really care about Denick. I care about this image. I am probably going to have to commit to a Restless Cottage attack next turn. This music is very intense. Like...
Good morning.
No. I wanted to save that. Good morning. Yeah, this is one from all the flesh. There's so much flesh. Amped Raptor. Yeah, it's fine. Just getting some energy there. It's got to be cast for Amped Raptor, but that was not familiar. The mat. What? Yeah, I'm fine doing this. Get that whiskers off the table. Find a blue-black surveil land. Try to get a removal spell for this jet collector. That should work. Did I exile the cut down? No, I did, but I didn't exile the abrupt decay. 4 mana. That's... I want that. I think Tasker sticks around. Going to Kaito. Oh, well, this card's got to be absurd.
Well, Beth Wheeler, abusing magic.
Yeah.
What can I turn you into? I got an idea. Let me reread this card. All right. This is dope. Yeah, there it is. They just put a stab wound on every... That rules. That rules. Oh, cool card. Cool card. Dog Birthday Party. Great name. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. Get stabbed. Oh, fuck. That is fine. Oh shit. I just gave them more energy? Ah, whatever. I don't think there's a time for me to do that, right? What? Ooh. Kind of want to lock down Denick here. I mean, nah, I should just try to find. Oh,
Information is its own.
I want both of these magic cards. You choose a card in your graveyard. They can't be the target of the spell or ability. That's so funny. I love alchemy. I'm not targeting. I'm not targeting. I found a very cursed deck tech from 9 years ago on the Canadian Highlander. Defunct YouTube channel. So incredibly defunct. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna get nasty with it. Why not stab wound with Nashi? Oh, right. I could have done it in response to that. The answer is because I was a little distracted. Could have just killed them. But also I could just do this. Kaldesh deck tech? No, it's a deck tech for Craterhoof. It's a 47-minute long deck tech for Craterhoof. Nice. Doing a... oh, is this how I get into React content? I react to my old deck tech? No way I said that! There's just no way. Ooh, I am going to keep this. There's no way I said that. It's a little slow, but we got some cool stuff to do. I like this fish. This fish was great. Endotha Triumph. Why does that... Why is it having Endotha Triumph? I think they accidentally added the wrong Triumph, unless there's something I'm missing. What does this deck use white mana for? Weird. 3 black. How do I feel? Ooh, give me that card. How do I feel about Overlord of the Balemerc and Canlander? I've been pretty impressed with it. I think that's got to be the wrong Triumph, which is fine. No. No. If I draw a green source, I'll be in a pretty good spot. Overlord of the Balemerc. This one's a 4/5. No, nothing's been announced yet. Nice. Although I am going to take some damage here. I now have a 3/3 and a 4/5, and I dealt with their Flage. Yahoo! Do I have any big Chunguses? Oh, I got some big Chunguses. One of them is in my hand, but I've got some stuff. Uh-huh. Delny. I don't know if that's gonna work the way you want it to. Oh, this can't be blocked because of this. Oh, shit. Oh, it did work the way they wanted it to. I'm getting the croc. I'm getting a Baleful Strix. Ooh. I'm getting a this. Damn, this crocodile rules. Damn, this card. I've been trying to play with this card for a while. Worth the wild card. 100% worth the wild card. No, they can fucking... They can proliferate an impending counter onto my Overlord. But if they use this now, they lose. I think they lose either way, right? Play the land, do that to bounce. Yeah. Ooh. Although that is pretty dope. down me. This fucking crocodile. this crocodile? This crocodilicus? And I get to open a pack from Aetherdrift Alchemy. Alright, what do we get? GGWP, I'm 3D Homer. Hey, we got the bug. Good. Nice, nice, nice. How the games go today? That was literally the first match, but it went well. We had a cool, really cool game one there. I got a sick bug. All right, Parrot, are you ready? Or actually, you know what? I have to go and pee. In the meantime, you can watch this 9-year-old deck tech that only goes up to 720p. I don't know. If I say anything too problematic, please don't cancel me. Oh my god. Oh, this is cringe. I'm already fucking... I can feel it. I can feel it. I really need to pee, but I'm gonna put this on the screen. Oh, and my cat has to leave anyways. All right, here we go.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. My name is Benjamin Wheeler, but by now, you probably already knew that. And I'm here today with the first of what's hopefully going to be a long-running series of deck techs and gameplays for the Canadian Highlander format. I'm going to be covering iconic decks of the format, staple archetypes, kind of giving an overview of them, and then have some accompanying gameplay so you can see that there's some walk to the talk. I'm going to be focusing primarily on well-known and competitive decks that have proven themselves, especially if it's recurring wins on Monday nights or Thursday nights, or decks that have won major events, Highlander for Staples events, or the year-end tournaments. And I'll be focusing in the beginning on lists that I am quite familiar with, as you can probably tell with the Craterhoof Behemoth looking you dead in the eye. And then we'll slowly work our way into decks that are a little more fringe, but certainly have a lot of potential. Not quite in the brouhaha area, but not your grandma's Highlander deck.
What happened? What happened? What did I do? Was it bad?
So to start off, down. And
oh man, this I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. I said the R word like 5 times. Which one? Which one? I think hopefully part of a long-running series. I made like 3 of these. And then I just started making, when was this? 9 years ago? I made some other stuff in this era. I had some spice here. Anyways, who watches YouTube non-dark mode? Shit. What's the fuck? We had a command for this. All right. Anyways, Parrot, are you ready? Did I say it was not your grandmother's Highlander deck? I'm going to have to rewatch this. I don't mind listening to myself, like, speak for the content. Did I play people? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, I did play people. I played people on Cockatrice. Mardu aggro. Or Mardu, yeah, Mardu aggro, blue-eyed control, and battle bots. Right. Wow, Cockatrice gameplay? Damn. Alright. Yeah, I'll keep this. I can glarb it up. It was only a deck building tool? I can explain. It was 9 years ago. I'm a changed man. I'm a different person. Please. Please go easy on me. Oh, wait, no, I need this. Bird. I called fringe decks brouhahas. Like, as in it's a brew and I go ha ha. It's a bit of a brew. Ha ha. Little did I know, 9 years later, I would be divorced. Dun dun dun. I mean, getting Glarb down's pretty great. I'm holding the Strix back. The Strix is never attacking, by the way. EK, what up? How you doing? Hello, Mr. Streamer. I am also working on a Sultai deck. Thank you for Sultaiing. It's great to Sultai here. It's pretty nice. I think aesthetically Sultai lands are pretty nice. No, I fucking... This was in my mind's eye. I was like, I'm going to get Skyclave Apparition, and it's going to be terrible. And then it happened, and it was. But I will trade my Baleful Strix for the Smuggler's Copter. I don't want a Cryptic Coat. I am going to just plot this Pillage the Bog. That was so loud. Ooh, Spellweaver Volute mentioned. I played that in High Tide 16 years ago. Just straight glarbing it. And by it, I mean, well... I'm going to try to kill the Skyclave. There's nothing for them to ephemerate it. Ooh, old Drownew Storm. I remember when Drownew was like a legitimate, like, groan-inducing card to see in Commander. Well, time to pillage the bog. I didn't hit Tainted Pact. I got one of these cards. Can this deck beat Verdant Dread? Can this deck beat Tasha? What if I get the Lurker? I could just get Dig Through Time here. Try to find Tainted Pact. Don't know how I feel about Thoracle in this deck. I think I want the fish. I'm going to get the fish. Yeah, I don't think this deck needs Thoracle. And, like, my mana base would probably be better. I mean, I guess the, like, haha, I win is kind of nice. Oh. I think I've lost this game. My opponent had the Fatal Push, and I'm gonna lose because of it. Alright, so my game plan is now I have to find the Tainted Pact. Or a Toxic Deluge, but I don't think Deluge isn't going to deal with this. I mean, we can at least keep our life total high. We're feeding the cycle on this.
Best to trust other people.
Pillage the bog. Pillage the bog. Okay. I'm going to take this Deluge just in case. I'm going to cast this. Hi, what Lamau, which mechanic that was used sparingly do you want more of? Infect. They don't have reanimate. I mean, they could reanimate with this, but if that's their turn, then I think I'm okay. Like, maybe I shouldn't be. More infect. Soul Bond's cool. Yeah, you're just spending 7 mana for this. Am I just playing this to get more on the board? I think so. They could also get Emperor Bones. Am I playing Pokemon TCG Pocket? I was for a while, but they just keep putting out too many sets, and I just don't. I lost interest. I put a lot of money into it too. I mean, I'm probably gonna give it a shot on Is This Your Card at some point in time. Might be a fun one to do. I don't know. The way that I tend to engage with games does not line up with the way that they like to make money off of games. Holy shit, that was such a good draw. Okay, well. Don't need this for the life gain. I would rather just see what I could draw. I could deluge again, but I would have to deluge for 2. It had to be Swords to Plowshares. Okay.
What a refreshing thought.
Oh no! I'm late for class!
Am I excited about ZA or Champions? I'm not excited about ZA because I thought Pokemon Legends Arceus was... I didn't enjoy it. I don't entirely know what Champions is. Alright, maybe I should have gotten rid of this. I expected to kill them. I didn't play around the Swords to Plowshares, and now it's cost me. Yeah, I'm just going to call it here. It's a little bit... It's certainly Salt. I think Parrot might be the best top decker in all of Gladiator. At least with this deck. The best non-blue top decker. How about that? I'll put that out into the world. I'm going to mulligan this. This hand's a little awkward, but I'll keep it. Hey, Wormy, no offense. You've had some pretty rancid top decks. Aboria for the 66th day or month, excuse me, 66 days in a row. Howdy Wheeler, hope you're having a great day. What are your thoughts on the more aggressive prowess Mantis Rider Lightning Angel style of Jeskai and Canlander? I think it's a totally reasonable thing that you can do. And I would go so far as to say that I like that archetype. I draw a land. Feel like it's a very top deck format. I mean, there are very few cantrips and selection spells. So, yes.
Investigate this scroll further.
Hmm. Uh-huh. Just gonna evangel me. That's kind of funny. I could flip Tamio. I don't know what it would do. Because they're going to play something that's +2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think I'm doing this. Ooh, that can work out with Tamio. I need to play a deck with Wraths. Maybe I'll play blue-white. I haven't updated blue-white in a hot minute. Do I want to put this in the bin? It does get me closer to Uro, which Giant Killer's going to deal with. Yeah, I think I'm just trading to try and preserve life total. I can get a 4-drop. I could just get Tamio going here. I could draw some cards, get Tamio going, and then look to crocodile them. Doesn't do anything into this. Wow, this just feels helpless, huh? All because of this thing. Like, I think I'm on find a board wipe. I think I'm on find a board wipe and, oh, I didn't change the land too, Lamau. Find a board wipe and, then try to carry on from there. Try to take over with some planeswalkers. If they can play 2 more creatures, I'm just dead, basically, or I'm in a spot where I can't deluge. I could get the Croc, but the Croc isn't going to kill them. I would need Meathook Massacre, I think. Scry 2. You know what's a card? Did I just say this or did I just think this out loud? Because there's a card that every time I play against creature strategies in Gladiator, I think about it and I'm like, why doesn't this card see any play? It's Massacre Girl. Like, Massacre Girl has got to be so good in current Gladiator, right? Like, even just being a 4/4 menace is just really annoying.
Challenging puzzle.
Yeah, this deck needs Damnation over Meathook Massacre. Like, I can Evo into a Croc, which kills these and shrinks all this. 2. Oh, I can't Evo into the Croc because I don't have a 4. But I can go to attacks. I can attack with this. I can bring back Uro. Go to 5. Transform Tamiyo. What's our last card is Swords. Oh, I don't care about the path. Okay.
In the right hands, knowledge is the sharpest blade.
least I look like I know what I'm doing.
Shit. Evo, is it going to work? I just have to hope it hits. I think I just have to hope it hits something. No, it didn't hit anything. Alright, I want to run back. Run back, please, and thank you. Let me fix this deck. Okay, let's get the proper triome in here. I scoured the list. I could not figure out why this Endotha triome was in here. So I'm going to cut this Endotha triome. I am going to put a damnation in here. Because I think every black deck should have Toxic Delusion, Damnation. I don't think we need the Meathook Massacre, though. So that's like a pretty reasonable swap. Other than that, I mean, I don't like the Thoracle combo. Do I really want to go in and make the change? There's some cards in here that I'm a little curious as to why they're in here, but like this Shieldred's Assimilator, but I'm just gonna rock this. I don't want to put in the Massacre Girl because that would feel more targeted than anything. While I do believe that that's the thing I would want to do no matter what. I would prefer to not add 2 Wraths. Be like, I just lost this matchup against a white creature deck. Let's run it back, but this time I have 2 more two more board wipes. Yeah, I'll keep. I got this Planar Genesis and I got a rebuy off the Perforator. Oh. Play this and pass. That's a good match card if we can get a land. I did not get a land. I could go digging for a land here. I think I want to do that. All right. We are both stuck on lands, huh? This can draw me several cards. One of them is a land. I'm not as Cryptic Coat pilled as most people. Also, I don't think I need it with the long game that I have here. I think Glissa might just be better. They have black mana online. Oh yeah, Chromox is still legal in the format. No, my Uro. Can I get enough cards in my graveyard? I only have 4. Just can bring back a Scarden Evangel or an Ocelot Pride. I can play Glissa plus Dismember next turn. I'm just going to do this. My favorite archetype, Sultai Shitpile, my beloved. Hey now. Shitpile? What are you calling Shitpile? Sure. This card is so fucked. Crocodile. Land for crocodile. Land for crocodile. Why can't I have anything nice? It's very eerie. The music just cut out. What? Land for a crocodile. Land for a crocodile. Is this normal? Does the music always cut out like this? my eye. Now the crocodile doesn't matter. I'll still play it. That is my out to their cauldron, but I think they have too many problems for me to deal with. Besides, I can just kill it with the Glissa, or I can kill the enchantment with the Glissa. I could kill their Novice Inspector, too. Just remove the counters from it. Not really gonna Tasha anything too relevant, because they can just give me the giant killer. Oh. Okay. This one I'm going to memory lapse. Because now their block. Yeah.
May the best mage win. It is me. Beware. I know some sickening magic.
Magic. 3 out of 4 for Delirium, too. It's kind of nice. So if the croc dies, we could just make this into a croc. Ahoy, Tyler the Rock Doctor. So far, been pretty alright. We won our first match. We lost our second match, and now we're in the run back for the second match. We talked a lot about the new cards from the Aetherdrift Alchemy. What the fuck? Holy shit. I mean, better Triumph just deals with it. Attack like this. First strike.
Eggs! Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs!
They could go block, block, take 6 and die. Block, block. Take 3, plus do the thing. What if they go block, block? Put a counter on? Take 2? I think I can afford to attack with both. Right? And then they put a counter on that. Okay. I think the way that they should do it is they should wait until I deal first strike damage. Because now I'm going to remove 3 counters from this. And then be able to kill that.
Keep your distance, mortals.
Okay. Bouquet. Murph, welcome back for the 45th month. Glad to have you. May I say good to see you. How you doing? How you been? Thank you so much for all the support. Hope you're doing well. Could have mulliganed that. Could have mulliganed that. I'm gonna be kind of forced to keep this. These two cards fight. They all fight, actually, for the same kind of thing. Yeah, let's try this. That's right, Shaman. Prismatic Vista.
I'd rather have a full stomach than full coffers.
Baleful Strix. We have the Scalding Tarn, get the Hedge Maze. They kind of have to burn a spell in the Strix unless they want to use or lose the Sorin. Crazy that Glissa is just almost unplayable in current standard. Wasn't she, like, very playable for quite some time? Yeah. Oh. They have a Fatal Push? Oh, they're gonna back up and hit for 2. I'll take that card. What was going on there? What was going on there? Unfortunately, the Sorin is likely flipping.
Eggs! Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs!
That's not ideal. I hate this card so much. Honestly, I think Egg the Soul Cauldron is crept its way to be one of my least favorite cards of all time. Just way too overcooked. Like, it's just... There's too much shit going on here. It's too good at what it does. It's unreal. Unreal. I'm going to play this Abhorrent Oculus. It's going to get hit by a Swords or a Path, and we'll be on our way to the next game. Dr. Petrichor, I could have done this pre-combat, or post-combat, excuse me. Dr. Petrichor back for the 44th month. Ye, and may I dare say ha. Thank you. Been loving the Canliner Gladiator content, friend. Thanks for being my liaison into the format. Anytime. Happy to help. Thank you for the kind words. If I get to untap with this Oculus, it'll be a fucking Christmas miracle. Oh yeah, I took a look at the Golgari mid-range decks that now are seeing play, and they've all moved away from Glissa, and instead the winning Golgari decks are like, here are 4 copies of Mosswood Dread Knight, 4 copies of Sentinel of the Nameless City, and then just bullshit, just so much bullshit. Still didn't want to do that, huh? They probably have... Do they have Path to Exile? Oh, a Guide of Souls. Kill off that, smack them. Uses my mana for the turn, but I'm a little worried about them playing the Emperor Bones, and then... I mean, they can Emp into Ranger. Like, tucked the Ranger. What's their game plan? Thrun eats the Pixie decks alive? That's very funny. Pixie looks like it's miserable to play against. Oh. I love Modern Horizons 3. There's Eldritch Evolution. Could also just get the Damnation. Could get Persistence. Really was hoping to hit the Luge. I think I have to get the Virtue. And kill Guy. I can't kill Guide of Souls, so I have to kill Ocelot Pride. Oh, this was terrible. I could kill Emperor Bones here. Is that better? Do I care about the Pride? I might not care about the Pride. I think I care about Emperor Bones. I'm a little strapped on lands here. I'm at 11. I give this flying. Can't beat out that. I can beat out that with that. No, I think killing this Ocelot Pride is the correct call. Or trying to kill the Ocelot Pride. Okay, that's what they've been holding up the mana for. Yeah, I'm going to concede. Yeah. Down too many cards early on, and then got MH3'd. And I missed the Guide of Souls on the Cauldron. Okay, got a mulligan. This I'll keep. I wish this deck had more lands. I might cut this Cryptic Coat to add a land. Should we ban more MH3 cards? Asking for a friend. I did actually have the thought of like, maybe we should have banned Guide of Souls and Ocelot Pride instead of a Johnny, or ban, you know, a John or not a Johnny, but a Johnny's so fucked up. I don't think you ban all of them. I don't know. It's tough. The format's in a. I like it. I'm enjoying Gladiator right now, but it is definitely in a weird spot. Do you think you only need to ban one of them? Yeah, ban MH3 together. That'd be nice. Standard legal only. Gladiator is just whatever they put in standard. And I guess I'll do this. Stops them from drawing another card. Makes my Goyf big.
Watch closely. The housewarming party has arrived.
Whose house? I just want to do this.
Take a break, will ya?
Yeah, it's just an unfortunate case that MH3 has some really cool cards in it that just get overshadowed by like 1-drops and 2-drops that can take over the entire game. Nether Goyf, very cool 1-drop. Tamiyo or Guide of Souls, not so cool. Luris, huh? Well, I didn't draw. Did not draw a card that I wanted to draw, which would have been a land. That's okay.
Your secrets didn't stay hidden for long.
Yeah, get their ass, Kaido. I think I want to draw a land to still at least progress my game plan. Playing this is just a 2/3. Oh yeah, Nadu. Yeah, fuck Nadu. Oh my god. I hope they I mean, I know they won't. They made so much money off of Modern Horizons. It doesn't matter what it cost, in the sense of like the consumer confidence or whatever. They made so much fucking money.
Just try to keep up.
Okay. Just gonna keep making land drops.
My eyes are as sharp as my sword.
Didn't Monumental Henge? Didn't Fountain Port? Oh. I was gonna say, I thought I had 5, and it looked like it had 6. I'm like, okay. Well.
I've trained with the best.
So we have Remand plus Subtlety. That feels pretty good. The Bird Wizard can't. Yeah. This can't hurt me. It's my teammate. Let's go, Nadu. Yeah, sure.
I thrive in the dark.
Get that Luris out. Nadu drawing grief. Okay. I think I want to cut. I know that this is basically. Yeah, move away from the mic while you speak, Ben. That's good. GG's Parrot. WPs. I knew that. I know that this is like part of the deck, but I just don't want to play Tainted Pack Thassa's Oracle. And I want to get a land in this deck anyways. But this isn't do I literally have to do this? I mean, I know I don't have to. I don't think you understand though. My brain. This is my tism. If I'm building a mana base, I gotta do it from the ground up. I don't like removing cards and then adding cards. Doesn't work for me. Just get ready for my deck to have Pride and Guide of Souls. That's, yeah, don't worry about it. I do think this deck would be really good with Massacre Girl. Like, if we go 36 plus, there's 3 double face modal cards here. think that would be kind of dope. Otawara. I don't want to do that. Otawara. Probably don't want Hive the Eye Tyrant. I'll take a Takenuma and I'll take a Beseiju. Shifting Woodland seems pretty good. Burning Sage, good vibes only. Dark Slick, Drowned Catacomb. My primary colors, black and blue. Black is my anchor. Okay. Shipwreck. Sewers, River, Watery Grave. Lumen Marsh. And more Wastes. Verge. Oh, did I added the Verge, right? I added the Verge. Okay, great. Do like the Cottage. Breeding Botanical, Hedge Maze. I'll add the Death Cap Glade. Do I want a Yavimaya Coast? Not really. It doesn't add black. I will add a Zagoth Triome. And then we'll add the lands. Bloodstained Mire. Also, there's no Brainstorm in this list. Feels like this list should play a Brainstorm. Flooded Strand. Marsh Flats. Misty Rainforest. Floated Delta Prismatic Vista Scalding Tarn. Verdant Wooded Foothills. Now this is basically just a... This is just a Thoracle mana base anyways, so let's change it a little bit. I'm less high on these Painlands nowadays. The Shifting Woodland is pretty powerful, but we could just not play it. Then have 5 basics. Or at least 4. It'd be 36 plus 3. Do this in the Massacre Girl. 4 basics, a Massacre Girl. Plus the Land Cyclers. I'm not super high on Grief either. I mean, I could see myself hard casting Grief, but that's it. Maybe I'll just rock this. I don't know. Yeah, I just don't like the Thoracle Impact. Alright, Just a Log. Wait, no, hold on. Is it Just a Log next? Are you next? Are you next? Yes, you are. Just a Log, please fight me. I heard of a Radiant Lotus combo deck in Standard. Standard? Was it Standard or Pioneer? Might have been Pioneer. I'll keep. Uses Boom Mobile. Enigma Jewel. Oh. I did see a Paradox Engine repurposing Bay deck and Pioneer, which looked kind of cool. But now I'm hearing Pioneer is dead. Was Pioneer always dead? I mean, I know people played it for they played it for an RCQ season or whatever. Undead Sprinter. Somebody at the PT did a blue-red bay artifact combo. Okay. Okay.
What Ben Wheeler? Abusing magic.
Hunted Witness.
No.
Vengeful Blood Witch. Okay. Black and blue and Uro all over. Scott Mr. Walters. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. That means a lot to me. Glad to have you. May I say good to see you. Thank you so much for the support. I wish I enjoyed Pioneer more. Because Pioneer feels like the kind of format where I could get behind it. It's like, okay, I get it. I can use these cards and not have to worry about getting Modern Horizoned. Like, and you can compete for something. That sounds ideal, right? Like, it's just extended. It's a better extended. And yet, the gameplay, every time I've played or watched people play, it's just... Isn't that good? I don't think it's very good. Oh. Excuse me? This is unblockable. That card's pretty good. Hello, do I need to surveil to get Uro? Oh, I'm not even guaranteed an Uro. But I could grief them and then play Uro? That's pretty good. But Tasha is Tasha. I don't think Tasha's actually doing that much in this spot. Here, Tasha. Now, Tane I can get into. Pest infestation. Wow. Okay. This cheeky little rascal gets in. Nothing I can do about it. Chat, should I see the movie Wicked this evening? It is Cheap Tuesday, and there's a showing for Wicked this evening, and I have yet to see it. Do I want to see it? I like musicals. I enjoyed Wicked, the book. And now if I see it, I don't have to deal with people that are in just like massive cope about how it's going to win the Oscar. How long is this movie? I'd be down for... I think it's kind of long, right? Is it a 3-hour movie? I could fuck with like a 2 to 2.5. I don't know if I could fuck with a 3-hour movie tonight, especially because it starts that late. It's a 3-hour, 240. I also have to figure out whether or not I want to leave my home. Wait, is this you control? Oh, fuck. I thought I was you control. Should have read this card. I should have read this card. Mulder, I should have read this card. Cast this from your graveyard if a non-zombie... Oh, they didn't have the mana because they tapped the red. Well, that's unfortunate for them. My condolences, opponent. If it means anything, I shouldn't have played this land.
Just in time to save the day. Your secrets didn't stay hidden for long.
I gotta let my cat out. 1 sec. Mama. They bottomed it. Grabbed a little nosh. Wait a minute. I remember. I can't see a movie tonight. I'm washing my duvet. How could I forget? I'm washing my duvet. I don't think I want either of those. I'm older. Yeah, I have bedding that I want to wash. And importantly, well, not importantly, but, you know, washing's one thing, drying's the other. That's pretty good.
Information is its own weapon.
Just keep hitting my land drops. Keep doing my thing. Yeah. I tried playing the new Monster Hunter game, and it's not for me. Really not for me. I didn't play it for a huge amount of time, but it did prompt me to say, God, I wish I liked video games. But I just couldn't. Bob. Oh. Day one of Mahjong Balatro. That game's fun. That game's a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. This, and I find a basic forest. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Enjoyed it a lot. It's definitely a, I think I want the Deluge. It is a game that is less polished than some of the other games that I have played. But it was a very fun game. I enjoyed it quite a bit. Timeless? What we're doing? No, this is Gladiator. 1v1 singleton 100. It's Canadian Highlander, but on arena. No commanders, no sideboards trying to kill each other, that kind of thing. Brave Expectations. Better than Bazaar? I mean, different from Bazaar. I enjoyed my time playing that game more than I enjoyed my time playing Bazaar. But also, I don't know. Bazaar didn't scratch the itch for me. I started playing Teamfight Tactics again. And, I enjoyed it. I do wish that we were past the Arcane set, though. Very excited to leave the Arcane set. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's got to be my vibe. This. Make a zombie. You want to start? Do you want to start fighting that? Do you want this smoke? I think I'm going to Deluge next turn. Just take it too. This is costing me 6 life, but I think it's correct. Especially because I can just cottage next turn. Start to gain the life back. Interesting. Didn't want to just hard cast the Overlord. Holy fuck. This is oh chat, 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. I cannot believe what I saw. Real, by the way. Real, by the way. That's wild. Buy this for James. Now, James, you've been real good, bud. You didn't see what I did. I cast Baleful Strix drew a card, then I Boggart Trawlered them. I am at 6. We could die. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I am dead. One, 2, 3, 4. I have to block in a way that doesn't kill any of my creatures. I can do that. Or no, I can do it in a cool way. Maybe I went a little aggressive with that deluge. They got a swords. If I hit a land, that'll not kill me. Maybe we can get like a subtlety. We're just so dead, right? James does still owe me ice cream. Yep. Classic Friesler behavior. Reminder that everybody needs to call James the Friesler. That's his new nickname. I will be referring to him only as the Friesler. We are so dead. They had the Nashty? They took my Nashty? Goddamn. Shit, goddamn. Oh, yeah? Oh, now we're glarbing. Yup. Yup, we're glarbing hard, folks. I think I want to bitch. I want to bitch. I think I want to pitch this dismember. Apologies. How do I feel about the state of Gladiator these days? I have fun playing it. Yeah, I like playing it. It's tough to manage Modern Horizons, but I don't know. All my gripes about these cards, I still enjoy it, which is usually a good sign. Never mind, I hate this format. The Brood Witch. Yeah, it's fine. My poor Uro. Oh, hello. Well, I'm gonna Glarb. I'm here to play Glarb. Gladiator is awesome right now. It's a bit unfortunate how homogenizing the creatures are at times. Yeah, it's honestly, it's just like the MH3 stuff. And some of the other stuff, like, you know, Ragavan is pretty fucked up. Do I have a P.O. box? There you go. German Glarb? Is it a German foil Glarb or just a regular Glarb? I mean, I do like this card. I only just found out about it recently. Even though I'm pretty sure I've read this card before. I got Glarbed hard on stream. They were Glarbing all over the place. I'm gonna let this resolve. If they Gravecrawler me, I deserve to die. I could just damnation you. That's kind of funny. I am likely going to cut down this Blood Witch, depending on what they do. I could also just Glarb it. I think I'm going to surveil this damnation away. I don't think this is what this game's going to be about. I'm going to upkeep surveil this stuff away. Like, this is kind of dope. Although I should probably be responsible. Can I impending from this? Oh, I can. That's so dope. Should technically have waited in case I wanted to Prismatic Vista. Damn, this Glarb is glarbing it up. There's an alternate Glarb? What's the alt Glarb look like? What a damn, this alt Glarb has like a very creepy smirk on its face. Big, like, it looks like the fucking Grinch. Oh no. Revitalizing Repast, huh? Oh. Yeah, exactly. Revitalizing Repast. Very cool Modern Horizons 3 card. Nethergoyf, Warren Soul Trader. Very cool Modern Horizons 3 cards. They exist. Snakebite Piercings. Undead Sprinter. I think I want to block to preserve my life total. Because I am fucking dying. Got a 12. It's just so good for me if I kill this. And then Kaido. Pushing some damage. I think I'm playing Kaido.
I've seen scarier things in a bowl of noodles.
Okay.
Sit down. Rethink your life.
You know, that line right there, the I've seen scarier things in a bowl of noodles, that's basically why I stopped playing Monster Hunter. It's like the dialogue was just, I don't know. I thought we got past the, like, Joss Whedon quipping, like, yeah, that's the thing that we were all talking about, right? Like that, and just, I don't know. It was just, I'm sitting there and listening to this, and I'm like, I shouldn't. Oh, shit.
Families call me their adversary. I like that. Shake down the locals.
No, I want to keep this in hand.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Just gonna make a food token, which might actually be relevant. Make a food to gain some life. I think I want to draw that. Ooh.
I've trained with the best.
Can put them at 3. Or I can make them block with everything. And they would, because that's still got a stun counter. Yeah, I'm coming for that ass. Yeah, I'm just passing. I might have, but thousands of teens have not. Do teenagers still... Wait, what? That's not a thing. Actual people don't talk like that, right? Like, actual people don't go, so that's a thing. Yeah, I think we're in trouble. Do teenagers count as actual people? They do. What are you doing, opponent?
You work for me now, Runt.
Runt. Decline.
Plead for mercy.
Decline. Methinks it's right behind. Methinks it. Methinks it's right behind me is fucked. Ooh. Getting nasty with it. Sorry, friends. Did it always make that noise? I guess I've played this with music on, but it went when I ate the food. Damn. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why are we here? Just to suffer? Just to suffer? K-pop nightmare? Okay. They get to nightmare twice? Sack the devil, ping me for 1. Can they kill me? Hold on. Sack the devil. I go to 6 to get back the Vengeful Blood Witch. Then you tap 2 to cast the Undead Sprinter. And then you sack the Sprinter and the Blood Witch to get me to 4. To then play the Chthonian Nightmare. No, I don't think it's enough. Snapcaster, huh? Damn. Damn, boy. They're at 5. I tap this down. I attack with everything. Achievements. Achievements. Ching. GGWP, just a log. The last sequence needs to do more pre-combat. I think maybe I should have been dead even with the food token. It's tough to track though. The Soul Trader makes it kind of interesting because it just lets you, if you have enough bodies, you can exchange those bodies for the mana to then Nightmare over and over again. Did not realize until recently that line is from MG. Wait, which one? The Phantom Pain? Which line? Seismic Lawns, please fight me. Why are we here just to suffer? That's the one I usually say. Nano machines? Why are we here just to suffer? Mulligan. Keep. Assassin's Trophy early is a little awkward. Whenever I hear you say the Phantom, I hear it in Bill Clinton's voice. Okay, now hold on. When you hear me say the Phantom, even like when I say the Phantom Pain, or you talking about when I go the Phantom, exterior like fish eggs, the interior like suicide wrist red. Hillary. The Phantom. I gotta mill this card. The Phantom, exterior like fish eggs, the interior like suicide wrist red. I can exercise you. This can be your phys ed. Cheat on your Hillary. That's how you get a his ed. Is the combat in Monster Hunter always going to be terrible? Like, should I stick with it? Because I was playing it last night and it was the clunkiest piece of shit I've... Unironically, like it was just so, it was so sluggish and unsatisfying. Feels clunky, try a different weapon. I did. I fucking did. Says Dark Souls player. The combat, hey, Dark Souls combat is... if it's anything, it's satisfying. It's not particularly complex, but it's satisfying. I was shocked. I expected it, because anime games are usually a little more like, do I want this? No. Anime games are usually a little more like, you know, there's something there. Like, it's usually very quick. Monster Hunter is old, though. But this is a new game. Didn't this game just came out? Like, it just came out yesterday. Beg your pardon? Oh, I'm like dead. Oh, this thing doesn't have haste, though. I think I need to grief them so that I don't just die. This arena glory may kill me. Counter spell? What the fuck is going on? I think I'm getting cheesed. I mean, I got Laliat and I didn't really have anything to do with my hand. Like, if the combat speeds up in a way, then I'm, you know, I'll give it another shot. Well, that was not in your hand. It really doesn't? Okay, well. Ooh, yeah. It's a good magic card. I think I'm gonna just hard cast this Overlord. I seem to have some good magic cards. Yeah, I got a couple. This is a wild deck. Yeah, this is basically Arena Highlander. Although, usually you're not against decks this goofy. But I did get my ass kicked, so what do I know? Maybe I should have killed this earlier. I kind of wanted to deal with this thing, but... Play abilities. Should have maybe say maybe I shouldn't do that even if I know they're doing that. Well, now it makes it a little bit easier. I think I want my own abhorrent Oculus. Ooh. There's kind of some tension because I could mill this and then give me something to return off the Overlord. But also, if I don't draw a land, like making this into a 3/2 seems okay. Oh no. Okay, killing the grief anyways. Training grounds. Well, here's some bowmasters. Getting their draw in now. Yeah, they're most certainly an exhaust deck, which is a wild thing to see. Creatures. I just want to keep my life total healthy, so I don't get got by that. Ooh. So, each creature you control with exhaust ability has haste. When you activate an exhaust ability that isn't its mana ability, you copy it. Okay. No. Yeah, no. Alright. Wild. I'll keep. I'm looking for like a fatal push, basically cheap interaction, something that I can weave in a turn with Tasha and friends, not a land. Prismatic Vista. Oh no, not the loot. Anything but the loot. Please, not the loot.
Eggs! Eggs! E-double-G-S.
All right, we need to plant your Genesis into a land. Yoink.
Whatever little quest you're on, I am ending it here. Give it your best shot.
Show me your secrets. Show me your secrets. The Evermist. Welcome back for the 13th month. How you doing? Ye and or ha. Okay. I think I lose. And that's really unfortunate.
Keep your distance, mortals.
I lose to my own card. Unless I find something.
Eggs! Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs.
Maybe I can find like a Fury, like Tasha into their stuff. I don't know. Tex, what up, dude? How you doing? Welcome back for the 67th month. Oh my god, can you believe it? It's a button. I'm here with a button never seen before. I mean, if true, very cool. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Oh no. Alright, if I get a damnation, I think I'm okay. The story of Gladiator. If I have a board wipe, I think I'm okay. I think I'm going to have to do this. Just have to hope that I hit something to deal with Shieldred. Because I haven't been able to find one. Yeah, I know. I'm hoping to hit the good... Ooh, Mockingbird? This would go back to their hand. That's so funny. This thing's like a liability. I'll trade Lily into a draw. They may not want to block with Shieldred. Who knows? Oh, I should have attacked with this Alchemy.
Don't worry, Pom Pom-chan. I've got this.
Holy fuck.
Your secrets didn't stay hidden.
Please, I'm begging you. Something. Yeah, I just need like any... I've needed any removal spell that'll deal with... Basically everything it deals with Shieldred. But I'll take a Damnation.
Okay, now let's run away.
Ow. Where? Doesn't kill Shieldred. Also doesn't kill Shieldred. I think I need to kill this though. Or else they just start drawing cards and then combos with that. I don't want to play this Kiora. It's just gonna fucking kill me. There's an Assassin's Trophy. So if we can find a way to kill this or return it to my hand. Oh my god. Two and then flip. They don't have enough. Oh, they do have enough green. I'm dead. Just loading this up. I guess I could have blocked with a Detective Phoenix, but if I block with the Detective Phoenix, then they're killing it, which makes it terrifying because they just suit up the Shieldred. But yeah, they landfall, put a counter on this, pay 3 to double the counters, and then they... Oh, never mind. How they steal Shelly? The loot monger. They heisted it. I should be dead. So it's more likely for me to have... It's more likely for me to have a Snapcaster style card. Yeah, I should have been dead. Oh yeah, I have this Mockingbird. No, because Mockingbird's not a face down. It's a copy of a manifest, but it is not a face down creature. Does it still have flying? It didn't let me, it didn't prompt me. Oh shit. Well, I should have been dead. Should have been dead. Any chance that the set code is ADHD button is actually going to be a thing? I mean, maybe I could submit it. I don't know if they'd want to. Although, also some people were like, set codes are 3 characters. And it's like... Yeah, but if I say my set code is ADD, then I'm going to get people being like, that's problematic. That's problematic. getting my ass canceled. My said code is FKU. If it said that, then boy, are you the back of those SCG sleeves from like 10 years ago. Where one of them's like, once you go black. Okay. Great. Groovy. For oh my god. Have I literally not hit a piece of removal? This shit's infuriating. Like, I get to find a 2. I mean, some of them have been Oculist, but I don't know. Holy shit. No, I'm too on tilt to get a run back. Went through like a third of... Went through like over a third of my deck and did not find anything that could deal with the Shieldred. Deal with my Shieldred. Alright, well that's about as much Magic the Gathering as I can take today. GGWP, Seismic Lawns. I'm gonna call it there. I do not want to be too critical. This deck's fine. I mean, there's a lot of cards in here that I'm a little curious as to, like, about the configuration of them. Sorry, there are some cards in here, some card choices that I don't entirely agree with, and some exclusions that seem odd to me. Even with the, like, the count, like, even with the Thoracle Tainted Pack stuff, like, I don't know. No Brainstorm, being on 3 steps, not being on Counterspell, not having more cheap spot removal. Little odd to me, but this is a pile of cards that all do powerful things, relatively speaking. But I did feel like a lot of time I just didn't have things to impact the board. Like I didn't have enough spot removal. And Gladiator is a format where I think you just need to overload on your removal. And this is especially for decks like this, right? And we just didn't have that. We didn't have the removal, we didn't have the interaction. Which is unfortunate. I don't know. I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow. Right? Tomorrow's Wednesday. Do I have anything that I'm doing tomorrow? Why am I on the schedule? It says I'm playing Canadian Highlander versus Angel. Oh, wait. Angel, is tomorrow the... I don't know if she's going to respond. On Wednesday? That's what my thing says. Is tomorrow the shut-off day? Tomorrow's the holiday, right? You said it was a work holiday? It's Friday? Then why did I put tomorrow? Wait, no. Am I looking at something that's old? I'm looking at something from a month ago. Tomorrow's Gladiator. I'm playing Gladiator. I was looking at the schedule from February 12th. It is March 4th. All right, if that doesn't give you an idea of why I'm ending the stream now. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for tuning in. VOD goes up on there. There's a Discord here. There's a money giving me there. And I have a Moxfield there. Let me drop you kids off somewhere. Somewhere over the rainbow. Kuro's playing Commander. Go watch Kuro play Commander with people. Kuro and people are playing Commander. Go watch this, and I will see y'all tomorrow. Okay, bye.